and those who are attending through online streaming. With immense pleasure and honor, I, Supriya Saxena, on behalf of National Sample Survey Office, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, extend my warm welcome to all the participants for your gracious presence on this Data Users Conference on the latest released Household Consumption Expenditure Survey by National Sample Survey Office, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. The Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation attaches considerable importance to coverage and quality aspects of statistics released in the country. The National Sample Survey Office, under Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, plays a crucial role in collecting, compiling, and disseminating large-scale sample survey data in India in diverse fields like economic, demographic, social, scientific, environmental aspects, and many more that have played an instrumental role for facilitating data-driven decision-making by our government. Through its comprehensive surveys and innovative data collection methodologies, the work of NSSO have been widely recognized and appreciated by the policymakers, researchers, and the public by providing guidance in formulating policies and welfare schemes through its valuable, significant, and reliable data on various indicators. Today, we have gathered here to delve into the insights of one of the very crucial survey of National Sample Survey Office, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, that is the Household Consumption Expenditure Survey, usually called as HCES, to enhance the understanding to all its stakeholders, users, and promote the effective utilizations of its data for policy making and research. I take this opportunity to happily announce, and you might be already aware, that the latest release of the survey results of Household Consumption Expenditure Survey, which was conducted from August 2022 to July 2023. The fact sheets with the key findings from the survey had earlier been released in February 2024, 6 months post the completion of the survey. Let us congratulate all the divisions of National Sample Survey Office, namely Survey Design and Research Division, Data Processing Division, Field Operations Division, and Survey Coordination Divisions for the collaborative and collective efforts and dedications for this survey. I would also like to thank the chairman and the members of National Statistical Commission and the working group and steering group of HCES, without the support of whom the survey would not have been possible, as they have been the guiding force throughout the survey. I thanks to all, and I request the audience to please have a round of applause for all of them. Thank you. Household Consumption Expenditure Survey, conducted by National Sample Survey Office, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, are vital for understanding the economic and social dynamics of Indian households. The NSSO has been conducting survey on the household consumption expenditure since its establishment in 1950. The information collected in SCES is useful for understanding the consumption and the expenditure pattern and the standard of living of the household across different population segments at national and state level. Besides providing the data on the spending patterns of families, it is also shed lights on important issues such as inequality measurement and the overall well-being, which is crucial for designing effective social welfare policies and improve resource allocations and ensure the benefits of economic growth are equitably distributed. So without further ado, let us commence this conference to delve into the understanding, detailings, and get greatest benefits with this critical survey. Before starting the program, as I have already told you, please switch off your mobile phones. We are grateful to have esteemed guests and experts among us to enrich our understanding of this important endeavor. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to invite our guests and dignitaries to please come on stage and occupy their distinguished chairs. I request the audience to please welcome them with a huge round of applause. I am profusely elated to welcome Dr. Saurav Garg, our Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Sir, please come on stage. It is a great honor to invite, welcome sir. It is our great honor to invite our next distinguished guest, Professor Rajiv Lakshman Karandikar, Chairman, National Statistical Commission, on stage. Please put your hands. Thank you, sir. We welcome you. Please put your hands together to invite our next distinguished guest and our chief guest of this event, Dr. Bibek Debaroy, Chairman, Economic Advisory Council to Prime Minister. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence. We all welcome you. May I now invite Srimati Geeta Singh Rathore, Director General, National Sample Survey Office, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, to please come on stage. Thank you, ma'am. I thank you all for providing your gracious presence for this event to join the conference. Thank you. Now, I would like to request Sri MMS Rao, sir, Deputy Director General, Survey and Division, National Sample Survey Office, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, to kindly present a sapling as a token of love and gratitude to each of the dignitaries present on stage. Shri Bibek Debaroy, Chairman, Economic Advisory Council to PM. Professor Rajiv Lakshman Karandikar, Chairman, National Statistical Commission. Dr. Saurav Garg, Secretary, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Srimati Geeta Singh Rathore, Director General, National Sample Survey Office, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Thank you very much, sir. We welcome you all. Now we will have the auspicious lighting of lamp ceremony. We are absolutely honored to invite our esteemed dignitaries on stage to kindle the flame of enlightenment and officially inaugurate this event. I would request the dignitaries to please come forward for lighting the ceremonial lamp. As the lamp is lit, may its radiance touch each one of us, kindling the immortal flame of knowledge and understanding. Asto ma sadgamaya, tamso ma jyotirgamaya, mrityur ma amritam gamaya. Thank you all. Before we commence with the schedule of the event, may I please invite on stage Dr. Ashish Saxena, Joint Director, Survey Coordination Division, National Sample Survey Office, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, to please give a brief background about household consumption survey and major changes it has undergone as compared to the previous surveys, with a short presentation followed by a video.
Good morning, all the dignitaries, participants from MOSPI and other ministries, participants from organizations, various organizations, institutions, media persons, and the participants who have joined online through live streaming. I extend my warm welcome to this data user conference of HCES 22-23. The purpose of this presentation is to apprise the participants about the household consumption expenditure survey, about what the survey is, what is its genesis, its evolution, what is its objective, its coverage, its uses, impact, and very brief major highlights of the survey. Thereafter, one short video has been prepared by NSSO team, which will highlight about the NSSO working specifically the HCES survey. So without wasting my time, one more thing. I know you all have lots of queries with respect to the HCES survey. So my humble request to all of you is, please have patience. All your queries will be addressed during the open discussion and question answer session. Thank you. Please open the PPT. So the household consumption expenditure survey, it provides data with respect to the expenditure of household on various consumption basket like food and beverages, health, education, transport, tobacco products, etc. Yes, its genesis. The very first survey on household consumer expenditure survey was conducted by NSSO in 1950-51. Thereafter, after various rounds of NSSO surveys, after 26th round, the then governing council mandated to conduct HCES on quinquennial basis, and it has also been decided to conduct two back-to-back surveys on HCES in 22-23 and 23-24 with the focus on gathering information on household consumption expenditure pattern, providing insights into household characteristics, demographics, and consumptions of goods and services. Here you can see how many rounds of survey the NSSO has been conducted on HCES. So in total, NSSO till date has conducted 13 HCES surveys, including the 22-23 on which this conference is conducting, and HCES 23-24 is on field right now. Yes, and the before 22-23, the HCES survey was conducted in 11-12, and report of this is available on ministry's website. And thereafter, as it's a quinquennial survey, it was again conducted in 17-18, but the survey report did not release. If we talk about the coverage of HCES, the first is geographical coverage. HCES covers whole of the Indian Union except some inaccessible part of Andaman and Nicobar Island. In terms of population coverage, in HCES survey, we covered approximately 8,700 villages and 6,100 urban blocks spread all over the country, which cover approximately 2,61,000 households. On the basis of that, HCES data has been collected and the results has been released. If we talk about the data, as I have already mentioned in my previous slide, the data was captured with respect to the expenditure of household on food, housing, education, and etc. The objectives and applications of this survey has already been conducted by NSSO till date. So it has provided us some insights with respect to the consumption pattern, standard of living, and ultimately well-being of the people. This data of HCES is very much important for computing the weighing diagram, for measuring the weighing diagram for CPI, which helps in CPI base revision also, and other macroeconomic indicators. This survey also collects auxiliary information with respect to the household characteristics and demographic. And if you sum up all these things, so this data is very much useful for economic planning, inequality measurement in the society, and welfare programs. So impact and significance, actually I have already mentioned in my previous slide what are the uses. So it is nothing but the expanded version of that. It is very much crucial for understanding inequality measurement in terms of expenditure on household and economic policy formulation. This survey is very much useful in this survey's data is useful internationally also in SOFI and GHI, and ultimately for well-being, standard of living, etc. So now since I have already told that we have conducted 13 rounds of surveys. So what are the changes we have implemented in our latest survey? So I have tried to cover up in 4 parts. First is item coverage. If we compare this HCES 22-23 with the previous round, that is in 11-12, so earlier there was only a single questionnaire with 347 items, but in this survey, this item basket has been increased from 347 to 495 items. There was some inclusion of some new items and merging of some obsolete items. Questionnaire, yes. Earlier there was, I have already explained, there was a single questionnaire, but this time for the convenience of the respondent and to reduce the time of the questionnaire, the questionnaire has been split into 3 parts. First is FDQ, which covers food items. Second one is CSQ, which covers consumable and services item, and the third is DGQ, which covers durable items. Then data collection visits. Earlier, as there was a single questionnaire, so there was a single visits only. But this time, there were multiple visits in a quarter. 3 separate monthly visits for FDQ, CSQ, and DGQ. And some auxiliary information of the household also collected in the first visit, very first visit, which is HCQ. Mode of data collection. Earlier, we covered all our surveys in PAPI mode, that is paper-assisted personal interview. But now, all the surveys of NSSO are being conducted in CAPI, that is computer-assisted personal interview, which has some inbuilt consistency check to improve our data and efficiency and quality of our data significantly. So this survey, that is HCES 22-23, has also been conducted in CAPI mode only. So these are some major insights or the highlights of HCES 22-23. First is monthly per capita expenditure has been increased in this time as compared to the previous round. That is, in rural area, it has been reached to rupees 3,700 approximately, and in urban area, it is 6,500. There is a big changes in spending habits also. People now are spending more in non-food item as compared to the food item. So there is a major shift in it. So I will again in the tabular form, I will explain the data in the later also. So yes, if we talk about the bridging the gap in the urban and the rural area, so this gap has been closer from 84% to 71%. Inequality in the society in terms of expenditure has also been reduced. In rural area, it has been dropped 363 to 0.314. If we talk about the bottom 5% of the population coverage, the MPCE for rural area is rupees 1,373, and for urban area, it is rupees 2,001 rupee. And if we talk about the top 5% of the population coverage, so the MPCE for rural area is rupees 10,501, and for urban area, it is rupees 20,824. So this is just the tabular representation of the previous slide which I have mentioned, but some in a elaborated manner. So here you can see on current prices, the urban-rural gap has been reduced from 84% to 71%. And in the same manner, if we talk about in terms of the Gini coefficient and the inequality measurement in the society in terms of expenditure of household, it has been reduced from 0.363 to 0.314 in urban, and in rural area 0.283 to 0.266. Shift in consumption pattern. You can see from here, these are the results of HCES 11-12 and HCES 22-23. So here you can see the shift from food to non-food pattern expenditure. In food item, earlier the expenditure was 52.9%, which has been reduced to 46% in rural area. In non-food item, it has been an increase from 47% to 54% in rural area. And if we talk about urban area, in food item, it has been reduced from 42% to 39%, and for non-food item, it has been increased from 57% to 61%. So these are some major highlights, and all these things will be detailed discussion will be there in the technical session as well as the open discussion session. As I have already told earlier also that we have prepared a video with respect to the NSSO working and specifically HCES. So please enjoy it.
The National Sample Survey Office, NSSO, of Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation is responsible for conduct of large-scale sample surveys on various socio-economic subjects like household consumption expenditure survey, annual survey of industries, periodic labor force survey of unincorporated sector enterprises, price statistics, etc. on all India basis. NSSO follows a well-laid down procedure right from the inception of a survey to dissemination of results. The data is captured through computer-assisted personal interviews, CAPI, having inbuilt consistency checks for significant improvement in data quality. Further, despite the obstacles of challenging geographical terrains, extreme weather conditions, and non-response, NSSO remains committed to gathering qualitative data, showcasing their dedication to ensuring accurate and comprehensive information for all the surveys. Household Consumption Expenditure Survey is one of the important surveys carried out by NSSO. Under HCES 2022-23, data are being collected on the consumption of various commodities and services across India. The primary objective of the survey is to provide data to prepare a weighting diagram to compile consumer price indices. Additionally, the survey results include statistical indicators related to the standard of living, social consumption, well-being, and inequalities within society. In this survey, a different approach has been adopted with a view to address respondent burden by splitting the questionnaire in 3 parts. A total of 1,55,014 households in rural areas and 1,06,732 households in urban areas were surveyed at the All India level. The fact sheet on summary results of HCES 2022-23 released on 24th February 2024. A detailed report and unit level data released on 7th June 2024. These reports are available on the website of the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation.
I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Saxena. It was a very comprehensive and very nice presentation and also video. Thank you for that. Now moving ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure in introducing you to our Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Dr. Saurav Garg. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause. An IAS officer of 1919 batch of Odisha cadre, Dr. Garg holds a PhD in International Economics and Development from a prestigious Hopkins University. Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, and received a BTech from IIT Delhi. Dr. Garg also did his master from London School of Economics. With a rich tapestry of experience and expertise, Dr. Garg has held pivotal positions across various sectors within the government. Prior to joining as Secretary in Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Dr. Garg has also served as Secretary in the Department of Social Justice and Empowerment, where he has been involved in the formulation of policies for social, economic, and educational empowerment of the vulnerable and marginalized communities. He has also served as the Chief Executive Officer of Unique Identification Authority of India and served as Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Government of India. He also served as Secretary in the Department of Agriculture, Industries and Urban Development at the Government of Odisha. He was as a secondment as advisor at the World Bank in Washington, D.C. He is also the person behind direct benefit transfer and foreign direct investment policies. Throughout his career, Dr. Garg has demonstrated exemplary leadership and a visionary approach to addressing complex challenges. His strategic acumen and dedication has been instrumental in driving transformative reforms and steering initiatives towards tangible outcomes. Under his stewardship, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation is committed to enhancing the statistical data for inclusive growth and advancement of the country. May I now request, sir, to please come forward to deliver the opening remarks and address the august gathering here. Sir, please.
I must start with a disclaimer that I was unaware of this opening statement that would be made, but thank you for that. Dr. Vivek Debroy, Professor Karandikar, Geeta Rathore, distinguished and eminent people present out here, media and colleagues from different ministries and departments. I must especially thank Dr. Shamika Ravi, Praveen Srivastav, Dr. Anand, Dr. Nageshwaran, Professor Sunalde Desai, Dr. Goldar, Mr. Asad Kumar Sadhu, Professor Ganesh Kumar, Dr. Chetan Ghate, and a number of other distinguished colleagues, professors, academicians, statisticians who are here today. Thank you. I think this only strengthens our resolve to have more of such data user interactions, stakeholder discussions in the coming days. In fact, it's our objective to ensure that we have these not only in Delhi, but we will have it in different cities across, so that people are fully aware of the data, the statistics that is generated by the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, and which in fact forms the basis for a lot of decision making. Using data for decision making, whether you call it evidence-based policy making or evidence or data-based decisions, but I think the data that is generated by the ministry, by the field survey offices across the country, and I think at the beginning of the discussion, my colleague mentioned the number of divisions that are involved in this. And I must say that we have more than 6,000 people across the country who on a day-to-day basis are doing some survey or the other. There are the flagship surveys that we know about, but apart from that, there are seasonal surveys which keep on being run by different wings of the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, which feeds into the decisions and the policies that are being made on a day-to-day basis across the different ministries. I must mention that there are few areas that we are definitely focusing on as we move ahead. One that was already mentioned, for example, now we don't have any pen and paper surveys. I think we've done away with that. We have tablets which are carried by our field survey enumerators, which you saw in the movie also, across the country. And these tablets, the computer-aided personal, the CAPI as it is called, the computer-aided personal interview tablets that we have, these are capable of directly uploading the data right from the field itself, so that the time delays that happen between the survey and the availability of results is decreased. A lot of these tablets have inbuilt validation mechanisms, inbuilt validation software is built in, so that in case there is some outlying data, it can be identified immediately and an alert can go to that person enumerating that there is something wrong in this response and at least that needs to be checked. And I think we will continue to work on this as we move ahead. Apart from this is obviously ensuring that in the, I don't know how many of you have had the, gone through our website, but e-Sankhiki, which is where we have a time series for macro indicators. As of now, it already has around 1.7 million records, and we are building on it as we move ahead, and we'll ensure that it is easily queryable, it is easily sortable across different whatever identifiers that you might want to use, but to make it ensure that whatever data that there is, that data can be in a usable form for quick access and therefore decision making. We already have around 1,400 data visualizations which have already been developed, and we'll continue to focus that. We have a full computer center team which is in fact present out here also. They are working on it. We have over 500,000 hits over the past over a short time period, but that's going to be our metric, that how many people are able to access and make use of it. So use of technology is something which we will continue to focus on as we move ahead. And the purpose of that is to ensure that the time period between surveys we can reduce. For example, we have HCES, we have PLFS. Many of these surveys were annual. We are looking at which of them can be made quarterly, and some of them would even be made monthly as we move ahead. So the availability of data at the right time for any decision maker is critical for making more informed decisions. And it's our commitment to ensure that from the side of the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, we meet those expectations which are there from our ministry. We're also working on looking at how we can use innovative mechanisms, building a data innovation hub within that, how we can ensure that some amount of sandboxes can be built on so that people can play around with that data and see what. And I'm sure we would love to collaborate with those who are present out here or have suggestions on how that can be done as we move ahead. The second pillar, I would say, is to ensure that we follow standards which are acceptable internationally in India. Whether it's the United Nations System of National Accounts, whether it's the Special Data Dissemination Standards of the IMF, or the classification of individual consumption by purpose of the UN. Traditionally, many of these standards have been led by the statisticians in India, and we've had the fortunate legacy of being, in a way, developing international standards. I'm sure we will continue that legacy going ahead, but to ensure that the data that is being put out is being put out in a manner which is credible, which is understood by everyone, and follows standards which are replicable as we move ahead. The focus on these internationally acceptable standards, we are party to it in many. We are part of the United Nations Statistical Commission. We are also part of various other bodies at the international level, and we look forward to continuing to play our part in ensuring to build standards while ensuring that we adhere to those standards as we move ahead. Lastly, I would just like to focus on the fact that for today we are discussing the HCES. The data shows that the Gini coefficient is falling, the incomes are rising. I'm not getting into those details because there will be detailed discussions around that. But what I would definitely look forward to as we move ahead is greater collaboration and interaction with other ministries, other departments, and ensuring that the data and statistics generated across government is of a mechanism, of standards that it can talk to each other, it can be used across departments by whichever agency needs that data, so that whatever decisions that we take are much more informed, and therefore hopefully the purpose that we are doing this for Viksit Bharat 2047, the common purpose that all of us are working towards, we ensure that in the next couple of decades, we are among the most developed countries. So data would be the basis for that, and we hope in MOSPI to play an important part. So once again, thank you all for being present, and we look forward to having such continued interactions on a regular basis. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your enlightening opening remarks and for telling us about the MOSPI and the uses of data and statistics for a Viksit Bharat. Your insightful words have set a positive and engaging tone for the event. Thank you very much. The Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation has been disseminating micro data from its surveys and census since long. The survey conducted by the ministry has based on scientific sampling methods that are supervised by National Statistical Commission. The National Statistical Commission, NSC, is a body constituted by the Government of India in 2006, consisting of eminent statisticians, economists, and other domain experts who provide strategic guidance on all the statistical matters. Its key function is to review the statistical system and setting standards while coordinating activities among different government organizations, agencies, and statistical organizations to streamline data collection processes and data integration. Today, we are honored to have with us Dr. Rajiv Lakshman Karandikar, Chairman, National Statistical Commission. Professor Karandikar is an Indian mathematician, statistician, and cephalogist. He served as the director at Chennai Mathematical Institute, CMI, and now he is Professor Emeritus at CMI and also a Chairman of National Statistical Commission. He is a Fellow of the Indian Academy of Sciences and Indian National Science Academy. Professor Karandikar has been felicitated many awards. To name a few, he has been awarded the National Award in Statistics in honor of Professor C.R. Rao by the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. He was honored with the Santi Swarup Bhatnagar Award by CSIR. He received the P.C. Mahalanobis Award Gold Medal by Indian Science Congress Association. As the head of the National Statistical Commission, Professor Karandikar embodies excellence in the field of statistics. He has written books on white noise theory of prediction, filtering and smoothing, introduction to option pricing theory, and introduction to stochastic calculus, and published numerous research articles in various topics such as probability theory, finitely additive probability, measures, stochastic calculus, Markov processes, cephalogy in the context of Indian election and cryptography, and many more. May I take the privilege to invite Sir to please share his words of wisdom with us. A huge round of applause for Sir, please. We are deeply grateful for your presence, Sir. Please.
Dr. Vivek Devroy, Dr. Saurabh Garg, Geeta Singh Rathod, distinguished colleagues, friends, and guests. I'm very happy to be here at this first ever user conference organized by MOSPI. I'm told it is first ever, I hope I am correct. And this reflects the changing scenario across the globe. If you go back 30, 40 years, MOSPI or whatever it was called, they were happy to conduct surveys, publish a report, and that is the end of the matter. And now everyone realizes that we need many more things there. First and foremost, the designated users or potential users have to become aware of what you are doing. Otherwise, they'll see headlines in the newspaper and say, "Pata nahi isme kya hua hai," right? So, first and foremost, you should have detailed information about what has happened. Also, anytime you read a report, you have some things in your mind. And they are, in a sense, maybe small enough that you don't want to write a letter or a report about it, but nonetheless, the doubts persist in your mind. And in events such as today, all such things could be brought to the fore and cleared up. So it will definitely improve acceptance and awareness about MOSPE's work in general and the HCES survey that we are going to be talking about today. So I understand that MOSPE is planning to have regular user meetings, which will go a long way in bridging the gap between work of MOSPE and its acceptance or awareness or in the general public at large, researchers and decision makers as well. So, as has been mentioned, of course, NSSO has, right from the inception, has been involved in conducting detailed surveys. It goes back to 1950, perhaps before any of us here was born, perhaps. But at that time, it was part of my alma mater, Indian Statistical Institute. Over a period of time, it got spawned out as a separate entity, then became part of here, there. Now it has been part of the National Statistics Office, as it is being called, integrated with CSO. So, but it has a long history, and many issues have been there, which have been addressed over time, and continue discussion is going on. As Dr. Garg mentioned, reducing the time gap between the collection of data and making it available to people is one such, which had been my, let's say, has been on my mind forever since I had been since I have been associated with MOSPE or CSO earlier for decades in different capacities, not as chairman, of course, that is recent, but and they still continue. It has reduced, but we can try even more. And because with time, expectations have also changed. Earlier, they were not paying so much attention. Okay, report published 2 years later, okay. But now people are aware, they are looking for it, and the further we reduce, the better it will be. Second thing, again mentioned by Dr. Garg, that having the data is one thing, but making it easily available to people, making them aware that it is available, and that is also very important. I have had stories, soon after I became NSC chairman, I had gone to my hometown, which is Indore, and I went to give a talk at IIT Indore. And there are very few social scientists in IITs, but IIT Indore, there were 2 or 3. And they wanted a special meeting with me. And their main point was that for our research, we need data, and it is collected by MOSPE, but it is very difficult to get, and we eventually end up buying it from CMI. That is what they said. So, okay, at least CMI is making it available, but why can't we make it available to the end users as quickly as possible and with less efforts? So, the efforts are on, and hope we will keep improving on all these aspects. The other thing I would like to mention is that in an event like today, where there is discussion about HCES and answering questions about some doubts people may have and so on and so forth, along with that, please feel free to give suggestions. Not all suggestions can be implemented for various reasons, but at least an effort can be made to address as many as possible. So I'm sure MOSPE or NSSO will happily look at the suggestions and do whatever you can. So that is the other thing which we can look forward to this user conferences, to get suggestions from people. Okay, and of course the foremost being the awareness and usage of HCES. Decision makers are one, researchers are the other group, other ministries. Some of them may not earlier been aware of this kind of survey being done or the details thereof. When they see the details, they say, oh, okay, this part we should be usable for us, things like that. So let me stop here, and thank you for being here, and I hope we have a good discussion during the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your thought-provoking address. It has really been enriching and enlightening for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an esteemed privilege to have with us Dr. Vivek Debaroy, Chairman, Economic Advisory Council to Prime Minister, and our chief guest to address the August gathering today. Dr. Debaroy is a renowned economist, author, and public intellectual who have played a pivotal role in guiding India's economic policy and development. His extensive expertise, insightful analysis, and unwavering commitment to India's progress have made him a respected figure in the country's policy-making circles. Dr. Debaroy has been educated from Ramakrishna Mission School, Presidency College, Kolkata, Delhi School of Economics, and also Trinity College at Cambridge. He has held prestigious academic positions at institutions such as Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, Delhi, Center for Policy Research, and National Council of Applied Economic Research, and also served as a president in Indian Statistical Institute. He was also a member of Niti Aayog and has served on the boards of several leading organizations, including the Reserve Bank of India and the Indian Development Foundation. Dr. Debaroy's expertise spans a wide range of economic and policy domains, including taxation, public finance, labor laws, and infrastructure development. Additionally, he has been actively involved in the implementation of goods and services tax, which has transformed India's indirect tax system. He has authored and edited numerous books, papers, and popular articles on this subject. He has also been a contributing editor with several newspapers. His contributions have been instrumental in shaping India's economic reform agenda and guiding the country's transition towards a more modern and efficient economic system. He has been felicitated with several awards, such as the Padma Shri, the fourth highest civilian award in India, Lifetime Achievement Award by US-India Business Summit, Scotch Challenger Golden Jubilee Award, Lifetime Achievement Award by prestigious Institute of Management and Research. He has also been conferred with a Lifetime Achievement Award by Australia India of Chambers, and many more. He was conferred the title of Vasachpati, means the Lord of Speech, by Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri, Rashtriya Sanskrit Vidyapeeth. Dr. Debaroy has been conferred Insolvency Law Academy Emeritus Fellowship in recognition of his distinguished leadership, public service work, and contribution in the field of insolvency. May I please take the privilege to invite Sir to please deliver an inaugural address to the audience. We are greatly happy for your presence, sir.
Professor Karandikar, Dr. Garg, Geeta Singh Rathore, and ladies and gentlemen, let me thank MOSPI for having invited me here. I think Dr. Garg just said, thank you for the kind introduction. I think Dr. Garg just said from the introduction, you realize there are several things you have supposedly done which you have not done. Inaugural address sounds like a very fancy expression. I look at the people, particularly seated in the first row, and I wonder what is possibly the value addition I can impart. We've got Vishwanath Golder, we've got Sunalde Desai, we've got Anant Nageshwaran, we've got TCA Anant, we've got Praveen Srivastav, and we've got Shamika Ravi. They should be the ones who should be speaking, as I'm sure they will. Our role in this inaugural session is really that of flower pots. And the sooner we get out of the way and it moves over to the technical sessions, the better it is. We have been reminded about the first NSS round in 1950-51. That was a different era. The limited point I want to make is in the 1950s, early 1950s, certainly throughout the 1950s, the Indian statistical system was one that was recognized and applauded throughout the world. It stood out in comparison to the statistical systems in many countries of the world. Dr. Garg mentioned, since January 2024, we are now members of the UN Statistical. Opportunity to take a re-look at the Indian statistical system. The Indian statistical system has been criticized. It's been criticized by people outside the government system. It's even been criticized by people within the government system. And there are several reasons for these criticisms. Some of those pertain to quality. Some of them pertain to time lags. And a little bit certainly is due to the fact that users do not understand what MOSPI is up to. So historically, MOSPI has not been very good in communicating to the rest of the world what it has done and why it has done it. And therefore I congratulate Professor Karandikar and Dr. Garg for having started this series of user conferences. Sometimes the criticism that emanates is valid, in which case, as Professor Karandikar said, to the extent possible it should be taken on board. Sometimes the criticism that emanates is misinformed, ill-informed, which is why these user conferences are important. When we particularly come to the consumer expenditure survey, the fact sheet has been available for some time. The unit level data have also been available for a few days now. So the way I look at it is, as has been said, this particular session today is an opportunity to ask questions about what has been done and why it has been done. There are some standard perennial issues about household expenditure surveys like these. A few of those are sort of red herrings. Meaning the debate over those is sterile. One of those is the aggregate of consumption expenditure and the gap between that and consumption expenditure as defined by national income accounts. That's an issue that plagues every country in the world. To my mind, that's a bit of a sterile debate. A second kind of debate is about inequality as defined in the distribution of personal incomes. Officially, we do not collect data on the distribution of incomes. NCAR does it, but we don't, officially. And there are very valid reasons for that, and it is of course a fact that inequality as measured by the distribution of incomes will be a little bit higher than inequality as measured by the distribution of consumption expenditure. So we come to this particular round of consumption expenditure. Whenever there are improvements in sampling design, in questions asked, and I think a couple of days ago, T.C. Anant wrote a very vigorous defense of the new methodology in MINT. Whenever there are improvements, there is an issue. Improvements are desirable, but improvements make any particular survey non-comparable with the earlier one. And in this particular one, the earlier one is 2011-12, which means we've been waiting for a very, very long time. On the face of it, and I'm asking this question deliberately, on the face of it, is it a good thing that the Gini coefficient has declined? We seem to take it for granted that it is necessarily a good thing. Depends, of course, on the level of the Gini coefficient. But we all know that as economies grow and prosper, inequality tends to widen a little bit. We are not talking about Gini coefficients in the neighborhood of 0.6. We're talking about Gini coefficients that are in the neighborhood of 0.32 and 0.34. The second question I'm asking this deliberately is, given the kind of churn that is happening in India, does the aggregate Gini coefficient tell us anything at all? Or should we begin to look at Gini coefficients separately for different states, which of course the consumption expenditure survey enables us to do? Should we in fact not even look only at Gini coefficients but look at the Lorentz curves? Because my impression is that the shapes of the Lorentz curves and the changing shapes of the Lorentz curves are much more revealing than purely the Gini coefficient. The next issue, which has nothing to do with MOSPI directly, is not an inequality issue, at least inequality instead of using data from 2011-12 and using it in the World Inequality Report, which routinely gets quoted everywhere. But the side issue is that of poverty, which is not really as MOSPI's domain. We still do not have an official poverty line that goes beyond Tendulkar. There was Rangarajan, but it was never officially accepted, and the MDPI is not quite a poverty line. So the question to ask is, should we now have a new poverty line to which these data can be applied? And by the way, these data are not only, as has been mentioned, are not only about inequality and poverty, but they also function as inputs in various other cases. So let me congratulate finally once again Professor Karandikar and Dr. Garg for having organized this. The methodology will be debated. I know my colleague Shamika Ravi is taking a very close look at the methodology you have used, and it is quite possible that we may end up criticizing, which is perfectly desirable. MOSPI for a very long time was described as the Ministry of Status Quo and Perpetual Impediments. I am delighted that with Professor Karandikar and Dr. Garg, MOSPI is changing. At the beginning, we had Vakratundaya Dhimahi, Vakratunda Vinayak is sometimes a Bigna Karta and sometimes he is a Bigna Harta. I am glad that MOSPI is moving on from being a Bigna Karta to being a Vignaharta. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your enlightening and intellectual inaugural address. Now, it is my privilege to introduce Srimati Geeta Singh Rathod, Director General, National Statistical, National Sample Survey Office, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. She is an Indian Statistical Service Officer of 1992 batch, embarking on a distinguished career with extensive background in the field of statistics. She has served government and ministries and departments of various positions and roles. She continues to play a pivotal role in ensuring that the country's decision makers have access to the high quality data necessary to derive informed and impactful policies. Her relentless efforts and insightful guidance have been the backbone of the progress of NSSO. We are truly grateful for her leadership. I would request ma'am to please propose the vote of thanks to our distinguished guest.
Good morning. At this enlightening and enriching data user conference on the household consumption expenditure 22-23, I, on behalf of Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, extend my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to all of you for gracing us with your presence. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, the Chairman of Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, Dr. Vivek Debroy. Sir, your presence here today and your enlightening and inaugural address has set the perfect tone for this conference. Your insight and perspectives on the Household Consumption Expenditure Survey, economic landscape, and the significance of data system has been immensely valuable and enlightening. Your presence has greatly enhanced the prestige of this event, sir. I would also like to extend my gratitude to our distinguished NSC Chairman, Dr. Rajiv Lakshman Karandikar, for sparing time for this conference. Sir, your deep insight and perspective of economic policy and data visualization has been truly inspiring and have provided us with valuable direction as we move forward. Your expertise and wisdom will enrich our discussions and will inspire us all. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to our Secretary, Dr. Saurabh Garg, for gracing us with his presence and for guiding us throughout the preparation of the conference. We are truly honored by your support and encouragement. Your leadership is pivotal to our success, sir. Our sincere thanks to our distinguished guest, Shri V. Anant Nageshwaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Dr. Shamika Ravi, Dr. Vishwanath Goldar, Professor A. Ganesh, Shri Asit Kumar Sadhu, Professor S. Chandrasekhar, Dr. Chetan Ghate, Shri Kal Singh, Shri P.R. Meshram, and all ADGs of MOSPI. Thank you all for joining us today. Your diverse perspective and valuable contributions will make this conference truly meaningful and impactful. To all our participants from MOSPI, various ministries, universities, research institutes, and international organizations, thank you for joining us today for your collaborative spirit and engagement. As your collaborative spirit and engagement are crucial in ensuring that the data we collect serves its purpose in shaping informed policies and decisions that benefit our society. I also like to acknowledge the media personnel present here today. Your role in disseminating the knowledge and discussions from this conference to the wider public is invaluable. Thank you for your continued support. A special thank goes to my NSSO team, especially Shri Subhash Malik, ADG FOD, Shrimati Polly Kundu, ADG DPD, Shri Kishore Kumar, ADG SCD, Shri Siddharth Kundu, ADG SDRD, who was not able to join us today, all DDGs, other officers and officials of SDRD, DPD, FOD, and SCD, for your tireless efforts in conducting the survey and bringing out a report on household consumption expenditure survey and ensuring the success of this conference. Your dedication, hard work and tireless efforts are deeply appreciated. Last but not the least, I would like to express my gratitude to our online audience who joined us via YouTube. Your virtual presence has added value and meaning to our discussions and expanded the reach of this conference to a wider audience. In closing, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and knowledge sharing through this conference. May the insights gained and connections forged here today continue to inspire us as we work toward an equitable and prosperous future for all. Thank you once again. I look forward to your continued collaboration and support in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. As we move forward with this conference, we have a remarkable lineup of speakers and engaging line of presentation, open discussion and question answers. Our next session will focus on the detailed objective and findings of the survey presented by experts of NSSO, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. But before we dive into the specifics, let us take a brief moment for refreshments. I would request all guests and dignitaries, esteemed participants, to please join us for the high tea at the distinguished area and reassemble after 15 minutes. Thank you. I request you all to please settle down. Please settle down. We will be starting our program. I would again request all of you to please take your seats. We are about to start the program. Please be seated. People at the tea area, please gather and take your seats. I once again request everyone to please settle down.
Welcome back. I hope you had a refreshing break. In the beginning, I would like to thank Dr. T.C. Anand sir and Shri Praveen Srivastav sir for their gracious presence. I hope, sir, your expertise and experience will help us during the question and answer sessions, and sir, your expertise will help us in answering the questions which we will not be able to answer. And then, sir, before we begin with the schedule of the event, let me brief that we will have 2 technical sessions on household consumption expenditure survey, highlighting objectives, key features, major changes, unit data tabulation, use of new data capturing mode, etc., and the key results. This will be followed by an open discussion and question answer session. So I will now request Supriya to take over from here.
Thank you, ma'am. We will now begin with the first technical sessions by the Survey Design and Research Division of NSSO on objective of HCES, concepts and definitions, sampling designs and indicators of HCES survey. Please welcome Dr. Amitabh Saha, Deputy Director General, and Shri Uttam Maji, Director from Survey Design and Research Division of NSSO, Ministry of Statistics, to please come on stage. I once again request all of you to please settle down and keep your mobile phone on silent mode. This session will be really technical and important for all of you. I request sir to please start.
Good morning. So this will be a kind of technical session, but we will try to make it as simple as possible. We will not use as much of technical jargons. We will try to avoid. So as the title of the session says, that this will be basically concentrated on the concepts, definitions, objectives, and with some focus on the findings of the survey. So I'll begin with the so first we'll discuss about what exactly the survey is. I think much of the first few slides has already been discussed in the inaugural session. So I'll try to scan through these first few slides a little bit faster, so that we can devote much time later on the slides, which may require a little bit detailed discussion or some elaborate discussion. So as you all know, the survey, HCES, the Household Consumption Expenditure Survey, is basically a survey to collect information on households' consumption of goods and services. And this survey also collects some ancillary information in the form of household characteristics and demographic particulars of the households. And this information is basically used for generation of the estimates of the primary indicator following different types of cross classifications, like household characteristics, then by gender, then by social group of the household. So for all these purposes, the auxiliary information which we collect in this survey, it is being used. And no indicator of as such of this auxiliary information is generated from the survey. And this survey recent time, HCES 2020 and 23, has been renamed from Household Consumer Expenditure Survey to Household Consumption Expenditure Survey. So earlier it used to be known as Household Consumer Expenditure Survey, and since the beginning the survey used to be known as by this name. However, in this year actually, following the recommendations of the National Statistical Commission, we have changed the name of the survey from consumer to consumption. So that is only the change. So what are the uses of HCES? So estimates of the monthly per capita consumption expenditure, that is the primary indicator or the prime indicator that is being generated from the data of the household consumption expenditure survey. And this is a very vital and the most important indicator to know the demand dynamics of the economy. And this data also provides budget shares for different item groups. And as in the morning session, it has already been indicated by Ashish that this data is very vital for preparing weighing diagrams for different types of consumer price indices, be it CPI rural, CPI urban, then CPI agricultural labor, CPI rural labor, CPI industrial workers. So for all these price indices, this data, household consumption expenditure survey data, is being used for preparation of the weighing diagrams. And this data is also utilized for deriving several other kinds of indicators. So those are basically different types of derived indicators, like income poverty, then base revision of the national account statistics. So for all these purposes also, household consumption expenditure data is extensively being used, and this is the only source actually. There is no other source for all these purposes. So these are a brief about the history of the household consumption expenditure survey. This has also been talked about in the inaugural session. So the results of the survey of 2017-18, it was not published, and HCES 22-23 is the latest survey. of this particular subject. So here I would like to mention only one thing, that earlier, since the inception of this survey, NSS used to conduct two surveys together. One is household consumption expenditure survey and another is employment unemployment survey. And till this NSS 68th round, these two surveys are conducted together. Then PLFS came into being, periodic labor force survey came into being from the year 2017-18, and from that year also HCS was started separately. Otherwise, in the quinquennial rounds, HCS and employment unemployment survey, they used to be conducted together. So since PLFS was conceived as a different survey, so from the year 2017-18, HCS also was brought outside the ambit of regular NSS rounds. So behind the conception or changes of the methodology of HCS 20-23, there are certain NSC recommendations. So NSC made several recommendations for modifications of the survey instruments as well as methodology of the household consumption expenditure survey. And these are some of the notable ones. The first one is the optimization of the length of the CS questionnaire. So as you all already know by this time that the questionnaire of NSS, it's a quite lengthy questionnaire. Earlier it used to contain around 350 items. This time we have again increased the number of items to 400 items. And there is no way, because since this data is being used for preparation of the weighing diagrams, so there is hardly any scope for removal of any of the items unless until it has become obsolete or it has very insignificant contribution to MPC. So that is why, optimization of the length of the questionnaire of CS is a challenge, because one way you will have respondent fatigue leading to non-sampling errors, and another way you will have to collect information on all the items of the consumption basket so that you can prepare the weighing diagram. So a kind of compromise needs to be done. So that's what it has been done in HCS 20-23. So NSC recommendation was precisely that the canvassing time should be restricted to 45 minutes, around 45 minutes of each questionnaire. And then NSC also recommended that the consumption basket, since it has become quite old, so there is a need to revise the consumption basket of the survey. So to that extent also NSC made certain recommendations, and NSC has also recommended that now technology should be adopted for introduction of some kind of rule-based randomizations for randomization of the blocks, sections, even if it is possible to, for items also. So some of those recommendations we have implemented in the CAPI, and it is also a challenge, to collect information in CAPI for a survey as large as, HCS, because it's a huge questionnaire. So thereafter, MOSPI also decided to undertake two back-to-back surveys. Initially, it was decided that the survey will be conducted in the year 2020-21 and 21-22, but because of COVID, the survey could not be started. So after, the COVID, once the situation normalized, then we started the survey from August 2022. And this back-to-back survey basically was conceived to take an appropriate decision for selection of a base year of revision of the macroeconomic indicators. So now coming to the key features of HCS 20-23. So following the recommendations of the National Statistical Commission, we have introduced a number of changes in the survey questionnaire as well as the survey methodology of HCS. The first one is, of course, the revision of the item basket of the questionnaire. So by virtue of that, actually, the number of items has increased in the questionnaire of HCS 20-23, and several new items we have introduced in this survey. So notable ones are breakfast cereals and health supplements. Then there are sports and medical equipment like exercise equipment, treadmill, fitness cycle, etc. Then weighing machine is also there. Then in the item category of cooking and household appliances, we have introduced, geyser, hot water system, induction, then air purifiers, blowers, solar panel, food processors, etc. So these are the new inclusions which are not there earlier in HCES. And we have also merged several obsolete items which had actually insignificant contribution towards total MPC. So for that we have studied, data for the past 3-4 quinquennial HCES, and then we decided that which are the items which are having a nominal contribution or insignificant contribution to the total MPC, and those items we have just merged together. And in the questionnaire also we have kept a provision for state-wise drop-down. So there are several coarse grains like jowar, bajra, ragi, maize. So these are not consumed across all the states. So what we found from the data of past HCES that there are around 10-12 states in which these are consumed in significant quantities. So for all those states, when the questionnaire will be opened in CAPI, these items will be appearing as independent items. Otherwise, these are for other states, these items will be merged together into single category, that is others coarse grain category. So those kind of things we have also tried to introduce in the CAPI. So now the major changes that has taken place in HCES 20-23 is splitting the survey questionnaire into 3 different questionnaires. So we have actually the entire item basket, of commodity groups we have divided into 3 categories. One is food, another is consumable and services, and the third one is durables. And based on these we have formed 3 separate questionnaires. So we are calling these questionnaires as questionnaire FDQ, that is related to food items, then questionnaire CSQ, that is consumables and services items, and the third one is questionnaire DGQ, that is durable items. Apart from these 3 questionnaires, we have also formed another questionnaire and we have named it as questionnaire HCQ, and the purpose of this questionnaire was to collect information on the auxiliary characteristics of the households related to household characteristics and the demographic particulars. So altogether there are 4 questionnaires. Sorry. Oh, what has happened? And now since 3 questionnaires we have formed by splitting 1 questionnaire, so what we thought that to reduce the canvassing time and to reduce the respondent fatigue and consequently non-sampling error, it would be the best possible way to collect this information on these 3 questionnaires in 3 separate monthly visits. So that's why the three visits concept came. So we have then planned that FDQ, CSQ and DGQ information will be collected in 3 separate monthly visits, and HCQ will always be collected during the first visit. However, we have kept a provision that in the subsequent changes, if there is a change in the composition of the household, those changes will be recorded. Changes basically in the form of addition or deletion of the number of members. So to that extent, we will be collecting the information in the subsequent visits if there is a change in the composition of the household. And however, in all previous surveys on household consumption expenditure, there was only 1 questionnaire, and that was canvassed in a single visit to the household. And here also in HCES 20-23, we have adopted CAPI, and in this CAPI, we have given some inbuilt basic validation checks for consistency and validation of the data. Later on, for further refinement and sanitization of the data, we have used several other validation techniques. Those maybe some of those will be discussed in the subsequent in the next session. So now naturally a question comes to our mind that why 3 questionnaires and 3 visits. So if you see what was there in the previous CES, single questionnaire consisting of 350 items, around 350 items, and everywhere the interview began with food items. The first item used to be rice PDS and the last item used to be jewelry. So that way the interview used to be conducted, and it used to take more than 2 hours time. And what has happened over the period of time, this has resulted in huge increase in respondent fatigue and consequently, non-sampling error, the prevalence of non-sampling error that increased. And towards the end of the interview, in which information on durable goods were collected, the respondent fatigue was higher and a kind of systematic bias was being introduced in collection of the information. And this has increased over the round, and this was pronounced towards the end of the survey. So now, the 3 questionnaires when we formed, FDQ, CSQ and DGQ. So for these 3 questionnaires, we have 6 combinations, 6 all possible combinations. So if you think about in this way, 1, 2, 3, then 1, 3, 2, 2, 3, on this way, you will have 6 combination of the different questionnaires. And we also did a pilot survey that how much time each of these questionnaires will take for canvassing. And we found that the time is well within around 40 to 45 minutes. The FDQ questionnaire, it used to take the maximum amount of time, and subsequently CSQ and DGQ, it also took around a lesser amount of time. So each type of questionnaires was then canvassed in equal number of households in each visit, and now there is no preference that food is first and the durable goods is the last. So in each of the visits, we are canvassing equal number of households, and this also resulted in reduction of respondent fatigue and non-sampling error. So now if we go to the next slide, so you will see that what is happening because of this splitting of the questionnaire. So here is the sequence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are the 6 sequences, and these are being canvassed in 3 visits in these sequences. So if you combine this big table into smaller one, so you will find that in each visit we are collecting information from each of these questionnaires equal numbers. So FDQ in first visit 2, FDQ in second visit 2 questionnaires, FDQ in third visit 2 questionnaires. So that way, a kind of redistribution or equal distribution of the non-sampling error or respondent fatigue across different questionnaires. So I have already told that all possible 6 combinations of the 3 questionnaires were used, and the basic purpose was to eliminate any bias due to a choice of a particular sequence of the questionnaire. One could very well say that, what is the need for using all the 6 sequences? Why not use 1, 2, 3 for all the households, for all the visits? But that will lead to a kind of bias, because the same thing will happen, because in the first visit you will canvassing FDQ, second visit CSQ, third visit DGQ. So to avoid that kind of bias, so we have what we thought that let us make use of all 6 possible combinations of the questionnaires in all 3 visits, so that it will eliminate the bias because of selection of a particular sequence of the questionnaire. And since 3 questionnaires in 3 visits, so the earlier we used to have a concept of sub-round to take care of the seasonality. So in a annual survey of NSS, we used to divide the entire survey period into 4 sub-rounds of 3 months. And we used to allocate equal number of samples across the 4 sub-rounds. So here we have divided the entire survey duration into 10 panels, each panel consisting of 3 months duration. So panel 1 began with the month of August, it continued till the month of October. Panel 2 began with the month of September, it continued up to the month of November. And in each of these panels, we allocated equal number of samples. So roughly 1560 FSUs, first stage units, were allocated. And allocation of equal number of samples across 10 panels, this was to ensure uniform spread of samples over the entire survey period. So now coming to survey design, basically, that this is, so as usual we have also here used multi-stage stratified sampling design, and villages or the urban blocks being the first stage units, and households being the ultimate stage units. And here, simple random sampling without replacement has been used for selection of both the first stage as well as the second stage units. And in a particular selected FSU, we have canvassed 18 households, because that was a bare minimum requirement of canvassing 3 combinations of the 6 questionnaires. So, and the survey covered the entire Union, Indian Union except for some inaccessible villages in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and this was the number of households from which information was collected. It has already been told in the first session. So now what has changed with regard to stratification criteria in HCES 22-23? So what we found, and some of the members of the working group also pointed out, that maybe the villages in the rural areas which are very nearby to the urban pockets, or maybe which are very near to the district headquarters, they tend to visit a different kind of consumption pattern. So with that in mind, actually, we formed a separate stratum of all the villages which are within 5 km from the district headquarters or 5 km from the nearest city or town, and the remaining villages constituted a separate stratum in the rural areas. And in the urban areas, of course, each state and UT on the basis of the size class of the towns. So this was the as usual procedure. And in the second stage stratification, what we did this time, that in the rural areas, the stratification was done on the basis of the amount of land possessed by the households, and in the urban areas, it was the cost of procurement of a 4-wheeler. So based on these 2 criteria, in the rural areas we constituted 3 stratum, and as well as in the urban areas also 3 stratum. And proportional allocation was being done for among these three stratum actually. That means as many households are listed in a particular stratum, in proportion to that, the total number of 18 households are distributed among these stratum. So wherever the listing is more, the stratum will get more allocation. Wherever the listing is less, the stratum will get less allocation out of the 18 number of households per FSU. And state is considered as the basic stratum in HCES. This is a difference, this is a deviation from earlier household consumption expenditure survey, because of if we consider district as the basic stratum, there will be a phenomenal increase in the number of samples that we need to collect. So to avoid that actually, and since our purpose was to generate estimates at the district, at the state and all India level, so we considered state as the basic stratum in HCES 22-23. So now some basic ideas about household consumption expenditure survey. What is meant by household consumption expenditure? So as has already been told in the previous session, that it's the expenditure incurred by the resident households on consumption of goods and services on domestic account during a particular specified period. This specified period is known as reference period, and in this particular survey we have used 3 different reference periods, 7 days, 30 days and 365 days, that I will come later on in a separate slide. And these are the exclusions. This household consumption expenditure survey does not consider these kind of expenditures as household consumption expenditure. So any expenditure incurred by the household for its entrepreneurial activity, then expenditure on purchase of land or building, then expenditure on valuables or antiques, then transfer payments like fine, penalties, remittances, donations, etc., then taxes on wealth and income, insurance premium payments, lottery tickets, gambling expenses, etc. And for accounting the household consumption expenditure, we use 2 approaches. One is known as user consumption approach, and the other is expenditure approach. What is meant by user consumption expenditure approach? By this approach, or by virtue of this approach, the household need not necessarily spend any expenditure or incur any expenditure. If the household consumes it, then it is being considered as the consumption expenditure of the household. On the contrary, by expenditure approach, So to consider any expenditure as household consumption expenditure, the household needs to incur some expenditure on that particular item. So most of the food items are being accounted for following this use or consumption approach, and on the contrary, the non-food items are being considered or accounted for using the expenditure approach. So this slide shows, what are the different reference periods that has been used for accounting the household consumption expenditure and what approach has been followed. So these are the broad item groups. So it begins with cereal, then pulses, sugar and salt. So for these three broad item groups, the reference period is last 30 days preceding the date of the survey, and for these consumption or use approach is followed. Then milk products, vegetables, fruits, fresh and dry, then egg, fish, meat, edible oil, spices, beverages and refreshments, and pan, tobacco, intoxicants. These are the items for which we have followed last 7 days reference period. Of course, again here consumption approach is being followed. Then fuel and light is the only non-food item category group for which consumption approach is being followed. The reference period is being 30 days. Then comes to the consumable services and durable items. So these are basically toilet articles and other household consumables, then consumer services, then entertainment, medical, non-hospitalization and rent. So for these last 30 days reference period is being used. Next, medical hospitalization, education, clothing and bedding, footwear, durable goods. For this the reference period is 365 days and the approach is expenditure approach. Now coming to a bit of estimation of MPC. So as we all know that MPC of a household is defined as the total value of monthly consumption of goods and services of the household divided by the number of members of the household. So since here we have used 3 questionnaires, so we have ensured the completeness, that is the data from all the households who responded in all the 3 surveys, in all the 3 visits, that is from the households from whom we could collect information for FDQ, CSQ as well as DGQ. Those have been considered for computation of the MPC figures, and household size that was recorded at the time of canvassing of the questionnaire FDQ, that has been used as the denominator, that is for arriving at the MPC figures. So in this particular survey HCES 22-23, we have also made a separate provision for collection of information on quantity figures of some of the items received by the households free of cost through different social welfare programs of the government, like free rice, free wheat, then free edible oil, then free pulses, free sugar, and all these kind of free food items. Those are being transferred to the households through social transfer through PM Garib Kalyan Ann Yojana. Apart from these, there are several non-food items also, like laptops, then there are textbooks, then there are shoes, school dresses, textbooks, geometry boxes. These things are distributed by different states through different state-specific, social transfer programs. So for all these kind of items, the National Statistical Commission recommended that the quantity figures should be recorded, and we have also recorded the quantity figures for all these free items. And then since we have collected these information, so a concept of imputing the value figures, we try to evolve and we try to generate a second kind of estimates using the imputation figures. So conventionally in NSS surveys, these are the items which are being imputed. Like these items are homegrown and home produced, then transfer receipts. So these are being followed in NSS surveys since which it has been started. So this time the new kind of things, that is are the free items, those are being received by the households through social transfer. These are the new items. And for these new category of items, we have tried to impute the value figures. And these value figures of the free items, these have been identified, imputed by identifying the unit price at which the beneficiary household would have bought the same if it is not received free of cost. So basically this was an exercise to find out the, modal values actually, modal unit price during that reference period, because as you have seen earlier that we have formed 3 stratum in rural and urban areas. So these 3 stratum basically represent 3 different categories of households in the rural and urban areas. So what we tried to do that item-wise unit values in these actually 3 stratum by the households, that modal unit prices we have tried to identify, and after that we have imputed. However, imputation of the value of free medical and education services, this has not been done. We have not done this because there are several issues with imputation of these things, because the first and foremost being, these Ayushman Bharat, through Ayushman Bharat people are receiving free medical services. But what happens, the beneficiary household, they are not aware about the amount that is being paid to the hospital. So they will not be able to tell that how much expenditure has been incurred. Even in many of the cases, they do not know what exactly the treatment has been made. So there are several issues with regard to, computation and collection of the information with regard to medical and education services. And keeping in view of all these things, the working group suggested that let us not to make any kind of imputation for medical and education services. Only for the free food items and some non-food items we have made imputation, and we have brought out a separate set of estimates. So imputed values were arrived at using this kind of a formula, that is quantity consumed multiplied by modal unit value. And these are the items which has been considered for imputation. So these are the food items: rice free, wheat free, coarse grains free, jawar, bajra, ragi, maize, barley free, and then pulses free, gram, salt, sugar, edible oil free. So these are being distributed to the households through PM Garib Kalyan Ann Yojana or through National Food Security Act. So, and these are the non-food items. These are laptops, tablets, mobile handset, bicycle, motorcycle, clothing, like school uniform, and footwear like school shoe, etc. Now coming to a bit of the findings, summary findings of HCES. So as I told earlier that we have brought out 2 sets of estimates, one without imputation and another with imputation. Of course, without imputation includes that conventional imputation that NSS is doing for the last so many years for all these HCES surveys. So if we see that for the rural areas, without imputation MPC figures came out to be rupees 3773, and for the urban areas it was 6459, and these are the subsequent contributions of food and non-food items with regard to rural and urban areas. And on the right hand side I have also shown the with imputation figures. Sorry. So this is a kind of temporal, variation in MPC in nominal price as well as 2011-12 price for the rural and urban areas, and along with the urban-rural difference across how it is behaving across time. So if you see, the rural-urban difference has come down significantly in this particular survey in the year 2020 to 23 from the earlier figures, and this is true for both with and without imputation figures, and also for nominal and 2011-12 price. Of course, there is a mild nominal difference in terms of magnitude actually. Now, state-wise, so major states actually we have shown over here how the MPC of the major states is comparing with regard to all India. So this blue line shows the all India average MPC figure in the rural areas. And you see those are the states, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Gujarat, Andhra, these are having MPC values which are higher than all India figures in the rural areas. And there are states like, West Bengal, UP, MP, Bihar, Assam, Odisha, Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. These are mostly states in the eastern part of the country which are having the below all India MPC values. And Chhattisgarh is having the lowest MPC figure in the rural areas, whereas the highest is for Kerala among the major states in the rural area. So now coming to urban, almost the same kind of, the distribution if you see with regard to high and low in comparison to all India figures, this is the same more or less. So here also you will find that this West Bengal, Odisha, Jharkhand, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, MP, these are having MPC which is lower than the all India average MPC figures. The highest is being found in Telangana and the lowest is being found in Chhattisgarh, also in urban areas. Now, this is a distribution of MPC by fractal classes, all India, rural and urban. So, in the lowest fractal classes, you see the MPC in the rural areas is around 1400, while in the urban areas it's around 2000 rupees. But the topmost fractal class, the MPC is in the rural areas it's around 10,000, and in the urban areas it's almost double, it's around 21,000. So now share of cereals and food items. So right from 1999-2000, the contribution of cereals as well as food is declining in total MPC. So you see earlier, food used to contribute around 59%. Now it has gone down to 47% in rural areas, and the contribution of cereals also in MPC has gone down significantly from where it used to be in the year 1999-2000, and the same kind of scenario prevails in the urban areas also, but the trend is similar. Now what has gone down and what has gone up in 2020-23? So what we have seen that these are the items, beverages and processed food. It has shown a significant jump in contribution to the MPC, followed by conveyance, then durable goods, consumer services, then toilet articles and other household consumables. And these are the items like cereals, fuel and light, edible oil, education, clothing, bedding and footwear. For these items, a decline in the contribution to the MPC has been observed, and this scenario is more or less similar in rural and urban areas. So we have also compiled, MPC figures by social groups. So these are the MPC figures, average MPC figures without and with imputation for the different social groups: scheduled tribe, scheduled caste, other backward class and others. So now inequality and welfare. So in the morning session also a few people talked about inequality and welfare. So we have compiled the Gini coefficient and Gini welfare function at all India level for rural and urban areas. So Gini coefficient, there is a decline from the level of 2011-12, and subsequently there is an increase in the Gini welfare function. If you see here, the Gini coefficient in the rural areas, it has gone down from 0.283 to 0.266, and from urban areas the decline is more significant, 363 to 314, and consequently there has been a significant increase in the Gini welfare function. So now, with regard to inequality and welfare for the major states, so here I'm trying to show at one side Gini coefficient and other side Gini welfare function. So here it is interesting to see that for two of the states, namely Jharkhand and Bihar, see there has been an increase in the inequality when we consider Gini coefficient. But for all the states, there has been increase in the Gini welfare function. So this is the scenario in the rural areas. So if you see for all the major states, the Gini welfare function has increased from the level of 2011-12 in 22-23. Now coming to urban areas. Now in urban areas, with regard to Gini and Gini welfare function, the scenario is more or less the same. Now there is no Bihar and Jharkhand where the Gini coefficient has increased. So here these are more or less behaving in the same fashion. That is, Gini coefficient has gone down, and Gini welfare function there has been increase for all the major states. Here, of course, we have used 2011-12 figures of undivided Andhra for Telangana, because at that point of time the state was not in existence, and for the purpose of comparison we have used those figures. So now coming to some of the limitations of HCES 22-23. As I have already mentioned that in HCES 22-23 we have used state as the basic stratum. So, it is advisable not to generate estimates of district levels from this data of HCES, because some of the districts or many of the districts may not have sufficient allocation for generation of appropriate and accurate estimates. I have also mentioned earlier that in NSS surveys we collect information on a number of auxiliary characteristics. So it is advisable not to make any attempt of estimate of SC, ST population or OBC population or even the total population of our country, because the survey has not been designed for that purpose. And these are basically auxiliary information which are collected as reported by the households, and these are being used for different types of cross classifications, and we also do not do that much of validation for all this kind of auxiliary information. So it is advisable that users of unit level data, they should not use this kind of information for generation of any estimates of indicators, rather than for doing cross classification. So with all this, I have come to the end. This is a kind of Lorentz curve for rural and urban areas at all India level. So here, of course, you can see that the inequality has also declined. So with this, I have come to the end of this presentation. Thank you for giving me a patient hearing.
Thank you, sir, for the detailed explanation. Your thorough and clear elucidation has greatly enhanced our understanding. Thank you so very much. Our next section will be technical session 2 on unit level data and tabulation, for which I would request the DPD team to please be ready for that. Please, a huge round of applause for SDRD team and SSO. Once again, thank you to all the speakers. Our next technical session will be on the understanding of unit level data for tabulation using multiplier and steps followed to ensure the data quality. For this, I take the opportunity to invite the speakers of the sessions, Shri Salil Mukhopadhyay, Sir, as Deputy Director General, and Shri Supriyo Sarkar, Director from Data Processing Division, to please come on stage for the session. Thank you and welcome, sir. The session will start.
Good afternoon to all. So the previous session basically was what we did and a bit of why it was done. But this session is more on how we did it. In this session, I will first give an explanation of the various mechanisms that are put in place for ensuring data quality. Next, I will give a brief introduction to the feature, the structure, and the content of the microdata. And lastly, I will navigate through the technical aspects of generating indicators using the unit level data with multiplier. So first, I will talk of the steps taken to ensure data quality. But first, let me introduce the digital platform, that is eSigma. The primary objective of the digital platform is to convert the entire data collection process to CAPI with inbuilt validation mechanisms to ensure faster transmission, processing, and dissemination of unit level data. This digital platform has different modules which basically help in survey administration as well as monitoring the entire process of the survey cycle. At the core of this digital platform, that is eSigma, is the CAPI. This is basically the backbone and the front-end tool for interaction or providing an interface for the interviewer, for the enumerator with the informant. There are other modules also which are very much helpful in ensuring data quality as well as the survey administration as well as monitoring the inter-process. And these modules are in the nature of providing a survey setup, which basically provides uploading the sample list. It is also helpful in task allocation to different functionaries in field operations division as well as for the data processing divisions. Then monitoring of the progress of field work either by the field operations division FOD or the DPD and the DPCs. It also provides a flexibility in portability as well as enhancing the accessibility of the survey resources. Basically, these are the operational guideline, the instructions, as well as a self-learning module, as well as the questions that are raised from FOD for getting necessary clarification. It contains the user manual, as well as a dashboard, which is basically a dynamic in nature. There is no human intervention in updating the progress of the fieldwork. So at any point of time, either in DPD or in FOD, the progress of the fieldwork can be monitored easily. And as I was mentioning, that CAPI is basically the core module. So let us first talk of some of the features of the CAPI. It is basically a data collection mechanism which is possible to incorporate, possible to implement either offline or online. Information is collected in tablet. So actually, there is no hindrance, even if there is no internet connectivity in the remotest areas. And the enumerator submits the information to the field supervisor for each of the FSU once it is completed. And once this FSU is completed, that enumerator, either this supervisor in FOD or the supervisor, data supervisor in DPD, in DPCs, basically checks this in the Windows version or desktop. This helps in going through the comments or providing necessary clarification, obtaining necessary clarification from the enumerator. And eSigma platform has provision of bulk download at DPD. Now, how actually CAPI is helping in ensuring the data quality. Now, CAPI has, as I was mentioning, has inbuilt data validation mechanism. And that is very, very essential that the enumerator, when he collects information, he collects ensuring some inconsistencies in the entire amount of data that is collected. And the checks that are inbuilt in the CAPI are basically covers both the intra-block consistencies as well as inter-block consistencies. The checks are basically of two types. The hard checks, which cannot be bypassed. Then the hard checks are either from the drop-down menu, so that the enumerator can select only the eligible the codes. Second is, some of the fields are auto-filled. Some of the fields are auto-calculated, just like the subtotals. And as I was mentioning, that hard checks cannot be bypassed. So when the supervisor gets the data from the enumerator, it actually does not contain any of the inconsistencies that are of nature of error. What remains may be the failure of the soft checks. But for each failure of the soft check, the enumerator gives a comment, the remark, so that when the supervisor in FOD or the supervisor in DPCs checks the data, and if he feels that the remark is not explaining the entry, he can obtain necessary clarification from the enumerator. And these warnings of each of the failure of the soft checks basically provides an extreme leverage to the supervisor for ensuring that whatever entry is there is justified through the remarks. So these are the characteristics of the CAPI. And one of the important characteristics of the inter-survey operation is the integration of the listing schedule with the main questionnaires, whether it is HCQ, FDQ, CSQ, or DGQ. Previously, in the pen and paper mode of data collection, the inter-operation of the listing schedule was done manually, whether it is the formation of the second stage stratification, or the selection of the second stage, selection of the households from the second stage stratification, or for that matter, ultimately canvassing the selected households. So all the manual intervention provided opportunities for committing some mistakes. Now the CAPI has completely eliminated this human intervention of formation of the second stage stratification, selection of the households from the respective second stage stratification, as well as populating the selected households to the respective questionnaires. So this is one of the important characteristics of the CAPI, which has helped in ensuring the coverage correctly in the detailed questionnaires. This CAPI actually comes into operation in the survey cycle once the survey is launched. But before, even before the survey is launched, lots of efforts are made to ensure that the data is collected following the uniform application of the concepts, definitions, operational aspects, and procedures. This is done in a number of stages. First is, prior to nearly 2 months before the launch of the survey, an all India training of trainers is organized, wherein all the regional heads and the zonal heads of Field Operations Division trained in concepts, definitions, as well as how to operationalize the CAPI, how to install the CAPI, and about the various features of the CAPI. So this is one of the important events that NSS undertakes before the launch of the survey. It does not stop there. Once the trainers are trained in the All India Training of Trainers, then in each of the nearly 60 regional offices, all the enumerators are trained in 3 types of settings. First day, it is some sort of classroom setting where all the concept definitions are discussed and necessary clarifications are provided. In the second day of the regional training camps, and hands-on is provided by sending the enumerators to the real fields, whether it is the rural areas or the urban areas, wherein listing of the households are done and canvassing of those households are carried out to find out if any other clarification is required in the instruction or any change is required in the course structure or in CAPI, those things are incorporated. After the regional training camps, the survey is launched. And after 1 month of undertaking the survey, then again a review regional training camps are held. Because within 1 month of conducting the survey, the investigator may come up with some difficulties either in operationalizing the CAPI or understanding the instruction, or he may or she may require some extra clarification or some examples to deal particular field situation. So regional training camps are held covering all the regional offices. But the system of interaction with the enumerator, that is field, and data processing division or the survey design and research division does not end only after the conduct of the review RTCs. Throughout the inter-survey period of 12 months, every month in field a monthly meeting is held where the enumerator seeks clarification on his doubts. Whenever he or she faces a peculiar field situation, which maybe the instruction does not provide adequate clarification, or it is a problem of interpretation of the instruction. So additional queries are raised, and all those things are answered by data processing division or survey design and research division, to whom this particular clarification basically refers. And this regular interaction with FOD and SDRD or DPD goes on for the entire survey period. For each of the sample FSUs, for each of the households from which data is collected, all these things are scrutinized by the field supervisor. So none of the FSUs basically reaches, none of the data of the FSUs basically reaches, or none of the data of the households basically reaches data processing center without being checked, looked, and scrutinized by the field supervisor in FOD. And not only that, during the inter-survey cycle, some improvisations are also made to increase the data quality, just like holding the data quality workshop, wherein the experiences of FOD, DPD, and SDRD are shared. Not only that, we also try to find out whether any enumerator is committing any particular type of mistakes, or if any enumerator has a problem in understanding. For this enumerator-wise analysis of the information that is collected by them are done. And it is shared with the FODs for timely intervention for necessary corrective steps. So these are basically the stages that are carried out before the launch and during the inter-survey cycle. And now let us talk something about how the data flows within the field operations division. Enumerator collects information, and then he or she submits it to the field supervisor. Field supervisor checks each and every field for each and every household. Once he is satisfied that the data does not have inconsistency, or at least apparent inconsistency, then only he circulates or he transmits the data to the data processing center. This ensures that all the fields for all the households are scrutinized and the data has necessary consistencies. If the field survey supervisor has any doubt, he gets necessary clarification from the enumerator, to carry out the further processing of the data at his end. Now, when the data reaches at data processing center, then also there is a communication between the data processing center as well as the field operations division, FOD. If the data supervisor in the data processing centers, after looking into the data, sees that some of the fields does not seem to be consistent, he makes necessary references or he takes necessary clarification from the field operations division to make the data consistent. In fact, once all the data for a particular FSU or for a particular state is submitted, then these are downloaded for further processing. And this I have already talked about the flow of data between different divisions. And one of the important tasks as DPD is once the bulk download of the data is done, then from the eSigma platform, then it is actually made usable in the form of a database. And for this, some of the basic operation of the database is done before it is further processed and analyzed to find out if there are other inconsistencies. And what are those steps basically done in DPD once the bulk download of data is done? Let us understand one thing, that when the enumerator collects information, he sees the data at most at the household level or at an FSU level, not above that. Similarly, when the data supervisor in data processing center scrutinizes the data, he gets the picture only generally at the household level or at the FSU level. But when the data is bulk downloaded in DPD, then some important checks and scrutinies are done to find out first that the sample weights, the sampling weights are calculated properly, and this is necessary analysis is done if there is any big or small values in the weights. Then the estimates are also generated for a particular domain, maybe in a sector or state. And if it is seen that particular estimate is very high or very low compared to that particular domain, then necessary checking is done or necessary clarification is obtained from the field operations division so that ultimately the final data released does not have any inconsistencies. At this stage, very high or very low values which have direct impact on the estimate at the state level or at a particular domain level, those are also identified, and we obtain necessary clarification from the field so that when the final data is released, it does not have any inconsistencies or very high or low values. Here, important thing to mention that data collection division is field operations division, and data processing division is the DPCs or the DPDs, and these two are independent agencies. So there is no agency bias we can claim that in the collection as well as in, this is one of the important of the inter-NSS. And after this, I will talk of the features of the unit level data and the structure and content of the unit level data, as well as use of the unit level data with multiplier to generate the estimates. Let me first show that when somebody wants to download the microdata, this is the screen that is shown. The very purpose of showing the screen is that it is not the unit level data or the metadata that is released in public domain for the user. It accompanies lots of other documents also. In fact, the entire operational guideline, what we call the instructions to the field staff, as well as each and every itemization in the questionnaire, these are released. This helps to the user in understanding how the different concepts, definitions were operationalized, or what were the different items on which information was collected. Because the report may not have tabulated all the or at different disaggregated level. So this helps the user to understand the entire resources that is available in the unit level data for the processing. We also provide some sort of guideline to the user about how to use the multiplier, how to use the unit level data, and the structure in the form of the layout of the unit level data. And I must mention that one of the important feature of the unit level data is that it is always available online, 24/7, free of charge. This is one of the important characteristics of the feature of the unit level data that NSS releases. Yeah. let me talk about it. If we look at the unit level data, we are familiar, especially those who are working with NSS unit level data. The data is organized in different levels. These are nothing but the database. And it is necessary to organize the unit level data in different levels considering three aspects. First of all, the size of the unit level data. The number of records is formidable. So it is necessary to split the data in different databases. This database is arranged, or these unit level data levels are arranged thematically. One, and each of the unit level data database has the primary key identifier. It may be primary key at the household level, or it may be at the person level, or it may be at the item level. So that once we have these 15 levels in which the database for the household consumption expenditure data is released, I can extract for any household, for any distinct household, the information from one level as well as information in another level. Suppose I want to know, for an example, I want to know the consumption or use of durable goods by a particular social group. So I can have from level 1, the information on the social group with the related identifier of the household, and this identifier, the basic primary key, is the 5-digit first stage unit codes, 1 digit that is second stage stratification code, and 2 digit for the household. So these 8 digits basically, these 8 bytes basically identifies a particular household. So all these levels has that identifier. In some level we will have the identifier at the person level also. So, and as I was mentioning, this is thematically arranged depending on the questionnaire, the section, and depending on the information that has been collected, and gives the number of records. The number of records runs in millions in some cases. So this is necessary that the data are put in different databases for ease of the user to use the data. Yeah, this is particular, at the typical level. How does it look? It has this highlighted portion. Highlighted portions gives basically the primary key for this particular level. It is FSU. This is 5. Length is 5. Then second stratification length is 1. And the household, sample number of household length is 2. And this entire from serial number 1 to serial number 16, this is basically a common ID, which is available in all the levels. This is basically the common ID available in all the levels. In all the levels, you will find in the Excel that is released along with the microdata, you will find that common ID. Common ID is nothing but all these 38 bytes, from 1 to 38. Yeah. And this is another level, so let me skip that. This is, as I was mentioning, that the level-specific primary keys are there. And this primary keys for some of the levels I have given, it is FSU plus SSS plus household number. This concatenation will provide the primary key. In some level, it is the household serial number, household member serial number also. A brief about the basic idea about the multiplier. This basically, if we look at this portion, it gives the total number of the multiplier is like that. The total number of first stage units in the particular substratum, out of which the total number of first stage units surveyed. This is a capital NST divided by small NST. This gives the actually jacking up factor attributable to the total number of first stage units surveyed. D is basically if any sub-unit is required to be formed in the FSU. Previously, those who are the old timers handling the unit level NSS data, they are familiar with the concept of Hamlet group or sub-blocks. Here it is basically the sub-units that is formed. And in this particular, FSU, total number of households listed is capital H in a particular second stage stratification, out of which small h households have been surveyed. So this is another jacking up factor contributing to that multiplier calculation. And now I will talk of how to generate estimate from the unit level data using multiplier. We have to remember a few things before actually generating the estimate. We have to remember that for the particular item or for the particular item group, or MPC as a whole, for a particular domain, when you want to estimate, you have to extract the information from the relevant level, understanding in which level that particular information lies. This will be guided by the layout to the user. So the user from the layout can understand where the particular information with respect to the particular item or item group he is interested or she is interested in finding. And then the weights, the multipliers. While using the multiplier, we will always have to divide it by 100 because the multipliers is given in 2 places of decimal. And multiplier is available in all the levels. Yeah. Now actually, the estimates that are generated using the unit level data are some sort of rates and ratios, whether it is monthly per capita consumption expenditure or household size for that matter. For these 2 information is required to be derived. One is the design-based estimate of the households for that particular domain for which the estimates are to be calculated. If I am interested in finding for the particular state, for rural areas, suppose the MPC, I need to find out the design-based estimate of population in that particular domain, that is state cross sector. This is one of the things. If the indicator relates to per household, we need to find out from the data the design-based estimate of the households for the particular domain. So these basically in most cases are the denominator for the estimates that are generated with the households or population. Now I am giving an example. Suppose I want to calculate the monthly per capita consumption expenditure of finished pan. This is the bitter leaf actually with all the condiments and ingredients added. Suppose I want to estimate, this is an item. This item lies somewhere. So first of all, we have to identify where does this particular item lie. If I want to calculate it for the rural areas of a particular state, so I must from the data extract the values of consumption of pan for that particular state. I must also know the household size that is in food block as well as the household size for that questionnaire in which this particular item is available. Because as was being mentioned in the previous section, that for calculation of monthly per capita consumption expenditure, the reference household size is the food block, the food questionnaire. So whatever is the total household size in the food questionnaire, that has to be found out, as well as for that questionnaire in which this particular item is included, that are to be also found out, so that necessary adjustments are made. And what we need now, the data requirement will be the household size in the food questionnaire, the household size in the CSQ questionnaire, because the consumption of finished pan is one item in the CSQ questionnaire. And these are available in level 15. Up to that, it is fine. And then expenses. This is available in level 10. So the layout that is in Excel, that will provide the necessary guidance to the user where to find this item, in which questionnaire to find this item, in which level to find this particular item. Okay, fine. But these 2 information, the household size for the food questionnaire as well as the household size for the CSQ question is very, very important. As well as another important aspect is to find out that it is monthly per capita consumption expenditure. So necessary adjustment may have to be made to transform the reference period to monthly if the item on which information is collected does not have a reference period of 30 days. For food, for this pan, finished pan, the reference period is 7 days. So information that is collected from the household refers to the consumption in a period of 7 days. We have to jack it up with a multiplier of 30 by 7 to convert it to monthly expenses. Another adjustment that is required is that in the CSQ questionnaire, where is the consumption of pan appears, it basically gives the consumption by the household members which were recorded during the canvassing of the CSQ questionnaire, which may be different from the household sizes or the number of members in the household which are in the FDQ questionnaire. Since the per capita in the context of MPC refers to the household members in the FDQ questionnaire, another adjustment will be required by this household size P1I, that is the questionnaire, divided by the household size or members in the CSQ questionnaire. So that now my estimate refers to monthly by an adjustment factor by 30 by 7. Another adjustment is with reference to the household size, that is food questionnaire household size divided by CSQ questionnaire household size. We need the multiplier also, because the value, that is YI, value of consumption of pan in the rural areas for a particular state, when is added, when is multiplied with the multiplier and added over all the households which have consumption of pan, this gives the total value of consumption of finished pan. Now we have to divide it by the total population of that particular sector, particular domain, which is basically nothing but the total number of persons listed in the FDQ questionnaire multiplied by the corresponding multiplier. So this gives the item-wise estimate of a particular consumption. Now I can extend this. Suppose I want to estimate the MPC for a particular item group. Let me consider this bedding, clothing and footwear. This is in the DGQ, that is in the durable goods questionnaire, which has a reference period of 365 days. So here, in that case, what we have to do is that we have to make an adjustment of 30 by 365, because information on clothing, bedding and footwear, weight adjustment will be required with respect to the population on the FDQ questionnaire. This clothing, bedding, footwear appears in the DGQ questionnaire. So the information or consumption or expenditure on clothing, bedding, footwear basically refers to those household persons, those persons in the household which were recorded in the DGQ. So we need to make an adjustment of converting it to the population with respect to canvassing the FDQ questionnaire. So this P1I, which is basically the total number of persons listed in FDQ, divided by P3I, which is the total number of persons listed in the DGQ. This adjustment will be required. So in this fashion I can find out, the MPC for the entire domain also. This will require summing up all the consumption of the items with the necessary adjustment for the reference period, with the necessary adjustment for the questionnaire in which this particular item has been has appeared. So this is basically the way of using the unit level data with multiplier for calculation of MPC for either an item or an item group, or for that matter the entire MPC considering all the consumption and expenditure covered in the HCES. Another important thing I would like to mention that how to use basically the fractile classes, how to form the fractile classes. For this, 4 things will be necessary for the user to identify. First of all, calculate the MPC at the household level and order the households in the ascending order of the MPCs. Second will be the total estimated persons in the households. This is nothing but household size multiplied by the multiplier of that particular household, so that the sample household will represent so many households in the population. So these 2 are necessary to calculate first. Then it is necessary to calculate the cumulative totals of the estimated persons for each of the households in that ascent of the percentage of population of the cumulative total. Now once we have actually calculated the cumulative percentages, the last household in the order arrangement will give 100%. Suppose I want to calculate for a particular, take for example the decile classes, it will be easier to understand. Any fractile class I can make, either quintile or decile. Suppose I want to form 10 decile classes. So what will be which households will be included in the first decile class, which will contain basically the first 10% of the population, 10% of the population. So in that order arrangement, if I add the total number of households, total number of persons, and then what we get with the inclusion of a particular households, suppose the cumulative total is coming to be 9.9%. And if we add the next household, the cumulative total comes to be 10.5%. I want a decile class with 10%. Though if I include the previous household, it is coming 9.9%. If I add the next household, it is giving 10.5% of the cumulative total. So the difference is least if we include the previous household. So in the first decile, include up to that household which gives the 9.9% of the total cumulative population. And in this fashion, the other decile classes are to be formed. So this is basically the way the different types of estimates are obtained, one, and the fractal classes are formed. So this is the end of the presentation for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful presentation and putting light on the use of new technology, that is KP, and detailing the data processing and validation trainings that is being used in NSSO, and on the understanding of the unit level data tabulation plan and making it comprehensible for the audience to understand the essential process involved. We hope that the deliberations and the discussions held during this conference have been valuable till now, and you have helped us to get the greater visibility and the uses of this HCES survey. So next we will have the open discussion and question answer. So thank you, sir. A huge round of applause for the DPD team of NSSO, please. We will now have the open discussion and question and answers. We look forward to further enlightenment on this subject. It is indeed a golden opportunity for each one of us to enrich and enlighten ourselves through exchange of ideas and knowledge through this open discussion. For this, I would like to invite Shri Salil Mukhopadhyay, sir, Deputy Director General, Data Processing Division, Srimati Kanchana V. Ghosh, Deputy Director General, Field Operations Divisions, Shri Amitav Shah, sir, Deputy Director General, Survey Design and Research Division, Ministry of Statistical and Program Implementation, and we have special, we have Priya Devanshi, Deputy Director from Survey Design and Research Division, and Supriyo Sarkar, Director, Data Processing Division. We have a special guest, and I take privilege to invite them for this open discussion and question answer. We have with us Dr. Praveen Srivastav, sir, ex-Secretary and CSI, Professor TCA Anand, sir, ex-CSI and Secretary MOSPI, and we will also have S. Chandrasekhar, sir, Professor Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research, and member of Working Group of HCES. May I please request all the speakers and dignitaries to please come on the dais and start the open discussion and question answer, please. The stage is ready, sir. Now I would request all of the dignitaries and the speakers to please come on the stage. Thank you, sirs and ma'am. So before we proceed, for ensuring fruitful participation, I would request all the participants to please put your phone on silent mode so that it will minimize any distraction and for a smooth and interactive discussion. To ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak, please keep your comments concise. Please raise hands or signal the moderator when you would like to comment. Keep the discussion relevant and productive. I would request the moderator and the coordinator, Shri Ashish Saxena, Joint Director Survey Coordination Division, NSSO, MOSPI, to please coordinate and help the participants to put forth their comments during the open discussion and query session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Thomas Danielewicz from the World Bank. First, I'd like to commend the organizers and thank them for inviting us. This has really been a great event so far. So we're really happy to be here. This is a very, very important survey, obviously for many, many purposes. Now the important work will begin to analyze the data, to use it to estimate poverty, national poverty, international poverty, which is some work that the World Bank will be initiating now. Obviously, our mandate is to estimate poverty according to international poverty lines, using international standards. For that, we will likely need to do some adjustments, imputations, and so on to the data. And we're looking forward to initiating that work together with MOSPI, with NITI, and with other stakeholders. My question is more technical. So we understand that there's field work going on the next round of the consumption expenditure survey. So it's a little bit of an unusual way of doing it. First a round, release the data, and then the next round is already ongoing. So my question is whether this will be the new norm, whether this will be the new way of conducting this survey, if we can now look forward to maybe having annual estimates of consumption expenditure, or if the plan is to go back to the old frequency of doing it every 5 years or every 3 years. So if you could show some lights on the strategy for the consumer expenditure or the consumption expenditure survey going forward, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. So this is Balakrishna from BITS Pilani. So I have first of all, I'd like to congratulate this team for nicely presenting this detailed survey, which can be highly used for various policy purposes. So my first question is related to this comparison of this latest survey with the earlier survey. Because as you know, 9, 10 and 11, 12 is I have a type 1 and type 2. But here this data is only the type 2. So how it is it like direct can be able to compare because the different survey pattern has been followed. And one of the chart you have also included 4, 5 data, you make some comparison. But as 4-5 data is again based on MRP, not MMRP. So regarding that is my first question. Second, sir, as you have mentioned, the 17-18 data is not released. So is there any possibility to release it in the future? My second question. My third question is related to like, is this congestion data is going?
Hello. Hi, sir. My name is Priyansh. I work at the Financial Express. I wanted to ask. There have been reports that the base exercise of the CPI will be based on the 22-20 survey, and the results of the current survey, the 23-24, will not be taken into consideration in the revision exercise. So I wanted to ask. Some people have said that 22-23 survey also reflected the pent-up demand because it was the immediate year after the COVID pandemic faded. So some sort of pent-up demand was part of what in this survey. And 23-24 was the right, in that sense, would be the right year to actually gauge the consumption pattern. So is 23-24 survey not being considered for the base year, or it is out of question? I want some clarity on it.
Hi, my name is Ishan. I teach at...
Excuse me. Let us first reply to the questions which have already been asked, and thereafter we can take questions one by one. That would be better. Answer the questions which has already been asked, then we will take one by one. Okay. It would be better, sir. Please.
See, with regard to these two surveys, so I have already shown during my presentation that a decision was taken to conduct two surveys for facilitating a decision, because you know what happened that time, COVID came into being, and there was an apprehension that you know the immediate period of COVID may not be the correct base year, or it may not be the normal period actually. So that is why it was decided that let us do two consecutive surveys. The ministry decided that two consecutive surveys should be conducted. And of course thereafter revision of the base year for different macroeconomic indicators, those are being done by different divisions. So they will analyze the data, and thereafter, like you know, for CPI the different division is doing, so they will analyze the data and they will take an appropriate decision thereafter. And as of now, there is no plan for publication of annual estimates of MPC from Household Consumption Expenditure Survey. So, it will be, there is a proposal, we are considering that it may be of lesser frequency, but it has not yet been decided what exactly is to be done. And with regard to comparison of this 22-23 with other surveys, I think our previous CSI, Dr. D.C. Anand, has given some beautiful explanation in his article. So I would like to request him to enlighten you people in this regard. Sir, if you could please.
Yeah, sure. Let me just pick up one thing. I think there's an analytical reason to understand why did they do this survey in 2 consecutive years. This particular consumption survey is unusual in the fact that it's a very different design. Households were being approached on 3 consecutive months for components of their expenditure, and those numbers were then aggregated to make household consumption expenditure estimates and so on. This is different from what had been done in the past, where a single schedule used to be canvassed. So up to 2011-12, all the consumption expenditure surveys had a common approach, which is a single schedule. Item list, of course, varied from survey to survey and so on and so forth. Now, this different method is unusual because it makes it and that answers the question about comparing with the past. It doesn't easily lend itself to comparison with the past because a household's expenditure now is an average over 3 months. And the average differs upon 2 parameters. One, in some households, food will be first, in some households, services will be first, in some other household, durable will be first. So it's a very good average of the total, but at the household level, there is obviously a difference. So question conceptually is, how good is this? Now, you have no reference base to compare quality because the earlier surveys are strictly not comparable. So another way when in service methods and your other people here who can sort of, Sonality can also, you can do a comparison between two surveys to check quality. So what they've done is doing it over 2 consecutive years, and it gives you sort of way of getting internal quality assessment of both by doing a matching of the estimates which you get across 2 years to see how robust the estimates are. So it's a thing being done because a novel design has been experimented. You did not have the luxury of conducting an experiment and then choosing a method to do it over 2 years. So that allows you to do a quality assessment. So it's a good approach. It will give you, when the second year's thing comes out, you'll get a sense of how good the 2 estimates are by looking at the numbers as they come out. So that's the basic reason. Doability over an annual estimate, the government will have to take a call based on cost versus usability. Technically, any survey can be done annually. It's just a matter of, are you willing to spend that much money for it, and whether the benefits of the data annually are adequate for that purpose. Now, that's a call which they'll have to take at some point based on user demand and whatever, but that's a separate issue. But comparability, this will have to be kept in mind because the numbers are different. And I'll give you one sort of feature which will happen. The old 2011-12 data used to have sub-round wise variation. Now, if you want to compare sub-round wise estimates with that in the current survey, it will not be easy because even though sub-rounds can be found out, the comparison is not easy because each household is a panel. And the effect on seasonality, etc., will now have to be studied. I mean, it's not going to be that straightforward. I would like some people to take data and make the comparisons because you can do it across panels. You can make comparisons and so forth and try to see what sort of seasonal characteristics are visible in the data and so on. It may be worth doing, but it will be a different set of estimates than what happened in the past.
I'd like to add to and supplement what my predecessor, Dr. Anand, mentioned. You see, the rationale behind doing this HCES in a different way emanated from the fact that when we did the 2017-18 data which was not released, the results came at a time when you found that 17-18 was not a good year for a base revision. So how do you take a progressive decision? So we decided we would do annual surveys and make the basis so that you don't have to think backwards on whether that year was good or bad for a base year revision. NSC gave an approval for 2 rounds, but the genesis was that if we could do it on a more periodic basis, you could perhaps shift to chain-based systems. And to quote what Mr. Vivek De Broglie mentioned in one of his articles, CPI would not look like walking into an antique shop. So the fact is that for statistics to be relevant, change is inevitable, it has to be done. And to answer the question of continuity and comparability, if we had followed the same, I mean, just to draw a parallel, the logic of how do you consider a village to be electrified, if the definition was the same that you used in 1972 versus what is now, you would not have any comparability or any metric. So when you change a metric, there are 2 or 3 things that have to be kept in mind. One is the limitation that was very clearly explained, but somehow over the time, over the next few months, you'll find several articles still trying to force comparability and say that this is a bad design or a good design or whatever. But these are changes that have to be done in a statistical system to remain relevant. You need to be relevant, and in fact, what NSS should also be mentioning is that there were a lot of challenges being faced with the earlier ways that we were doing the NSS surveys. First was timeliness. Second was relevance of the instrument. Third was recall lapse. Fourth was respondent bias. Fifth was, are you considering the valuation of imputed goods that has been shown in the slides? When the RTE, NFSA, all things have come into the being, are you quantifying all that? And is the MPC comparable or not? The fact is that these are known given things, and your instrument has to be relevant to the needs of what's happening in the society. Having a mixed period was, the overriding constraint was we did not want to have a respondent fatigue when you spend 2-3 hours in a household and not get the relevant response. So respondent fatigue was addressed by having multiple visits. It does affect comparability as brought out by several of the researchers, but the fact is that, are you getting more relevant results? Is it capturing what you're supposed to do? Splitting it into different questionnaires in terms of the fast-moving items, fast consumed items versus the less consumed items. So that was a design that was forced into the system. And as mentioned, look forward. How the two results are going to be compared, whether NSC agrees to do annual surveys on this or not, is something that's a decision that the ministry will have to take. But the fact is that we should not be apologetic about the reforms that have been brought into the system. It is a progressive thing, and we should adopt it. And I think researchers and the media should also support the fact that we are becoming more relevant to the needs of the society and the policy making. So there are other issues which I'll address later on. Thank you.
Participant from that row, please. Sir, just a minute.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. So my name is Ishan, I teach at IIT Delhi. I have two questions. One, given that the basic unit now is state, is there any mechanism to ensure that most or all districts are covered in the sample? That is one. And the second is, in the previous surveys, the second stage strata was drawn in a way that it was ensured that, let's say, a certain number of households will be picked from the bottom 30%. Now this time, the second stage strata is drawn in a way that, in urban, for instance, so all those who do not own a car would be in the bottom strata. And that strata would be picked according to the population proportion. Now suppose I'm in the bottom 10. How is it ensured that everybody has the same probability of getting picked in the third strata? Because it could well be that, let's say, the 40th, 50th, 60th percentile could be getting picked and not the bottom 10 or 20. Thank you.
See, this time actually, as I have already mentioned, that there is a minimum requirement of 18 households. So we could have very well used district as the basic stratum, but that would have increased the sample size phenomenally. So, and since we are not generating district level estimates as of now of the MPC figures, so it was decided state will be considered as basic stratum. And here from these data, it is not possible to ensure that each of the districts has got sufficient number of allocation of FSUs for generation of estimates. So that way, generation of sub-state level estimates from these data with sufficient level of accuracy or appropriateness is not possible. Anybody can do it, because in the data districts codes I think will be posted. So that way that is possible, but in that exercise you may encounter this kind of scenario that all the districts are not having sufficient number of allocation. Secondly, formation of triple stage, this second stage stratum, this has been done. Actually, this is a further improved version of what we used to use earlier. Because here, if you see, in the rural areas, 3 AAAs on the basis of land possessed criteria, And in the urban areas, again 3 AAAs on the basis of the position of a 4-wheeler for domestic purposes, for use of domestic purposes. And as I have already told you, if you have taken note of that or not, I don't know, 18 households, it will be allocated among these 3 stratum proportionally. That means, say, if a particular household has more number of households, if a particular stratum is having more number of households listed in it, it will get more number of allocation. So depending on the socio-economic structure of that particular FSU, these households will be categorized in 3 AAAs, 3 socio-economic categories. Maybe you may call that rich, middle and poor. And 18 houses, so against these 3 categories, we will have the number of households listed. Say 5, 10, 20. And now distribute 18 households in proportion to that 5, 10 and 20. So that way, depending on the socio-economic structure prevailing in that particular area, the households, 18 number of the samples will be allocated in proportion to the number of households, those are existing in each of those stratum. So that way, depending on the exact prevailing scenario is being reflected in your data. Earlier what we used to do, we used to base it on this MPC figure. We used to calculate a kind of, one shot or 5 questions. On the basis of that, we used to determine 2 cut-off points, one is A and another is B, and on the basis of that we used to do. But we have seen that this MPC is a very crude estimate. So this is whatever we have followed here, this is a further refined version of the stratification that we used to follow earlier. And this will reflect in a more better manner the socio-economic scenario that is being prevailing in that particular area in our sample.
I think it's useful for you to read for the 2 things. This second stage stratification being followed in this survey vis-a-vis earlier surveys has caused some confusion, so it's worth understanding. Remember what was happening earlier is the second stage stratification is done as a consequence of the listing schedule. Now, the methodology which NSS used to follow earlier was the following. First, the investigator would populate the listing schedule for an FSU. Now, when he is populating the listing schedule, he would make an estimate of MPC for each of the households. Now, this estimate was not an inquiry-based estimate because he did not have the facility to actually go and ask the household all the information about their MPC. It was a guess estimate of what the MPC is likely to be. It was either based on his judgment or a judgment of an informed respondent in the area, not necessarily of the household. It was just a number which was put there. And that number was used to then make a listing exercise. Now, you can see when you are doing this type of MPC, it's going to be very subjective. Recognizing the subjectivity, various efforts were made, and that's why reading volume 1, volume 2 of the earlier surveys will be useful because you will see the discussions of what those methods were. Questions were asked about the quality of house, land ownership is present or not, all sorts of things were done which were not easy, and from that some attempt was made to generate the MPC number. This time an effort has been made to list this on the basis of an observable characteristic which is available in the village database, which is land ownership. The situation assessment of farmers has revealed that land ownership is correlated very strongly with household income. And the land ownership figure which is used for the stratification is not the village level land ownership, but the state level land ownership. So a consistent pattern is being used across different FSUs in stratification. So this stratification will give you better capture of the richer household. Now, question is, are you leaving the poor? No. Because remember, there is going to be a large landless category which is also being picked up in the land ownership thing. And in general, all the poor are concentrated in the landless category across in the rural segment. So similarly, in urban, the absence of a four-wheeler will become a threshold criteria to define which ones are likely to be the poorer households. So your capture of different types of households is going to be less subjective, and in any survey, remember at the listing stage you have very little information by which you can be precise about have I got rich or poor. You're actually doing a reasonable job insofar as this is concerned. That's broadly it. So please take a close look at volume 1, volume 2 of earlier surveys. You will find these details given on how the listing schedule is to be populated.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Geeta ma'am, for inviting Reserve Bank of India to this particular, very excellent discussion on data user conference. And sir, firstly, I to congratulate MOSPI that it has got past leadership of the chief statisticians who have got us into this UN Statistics Commission, a membership in the UN Statistics. As Professor Vivek Devroy was mentioning that in the 1950s, we were among the top statistical fraternity of the world. So now I hope that before we reach 2050s, rather when we have our 100 years, 2047, before that we will also be leading the presidency of this UN Statistical Commission. I hope so. And very proud of our distinguished statistical fraternity of MOSPI. So thank you all for that. And sir, I have two questions. One is that NSSO has finally released the results of this survey. And so I'm sure they are very confident about the robustness of the estimates. So having released these surveys, and August 22 was, we were, I think, past the pent-up demand scenario. We were more from August 22 to July 23, we were more into a normal demand scenario situation. So why, according to you, this data is not robust enough to be used? According to you, NSO will be making their own decision, but why, according to you, is this data not robust enough for to be used as the base revision? Because we are really using an antique CPI, as Praveen sir was mentioning. So why should we not go ahead and use it? Why should we wait for another year? It has taken 1 year to get the data after the survey was over. What is the benefit to wait for another year? That was the first question. And the second question was that NSSO publishes the data for all India on rural and urban. Why don't we do an all India, which is rural, urban combined for everything? What is it that we don't talk about that? Why do you leave it for the youth to arrive at that? Why can't we have an all India this thing so that we get an all India picture also along with the all India rural and urban picture? Thank you so much.
So I will respond to your second question first. See, the consumption scenario with regard to rural and urban varies widely. If you see our report and if you see the item-wise consumption in rural and urban areas, you will find a lot of differences. So, do you feel that combining rural and urban figures with regard to consumption expenditure has got any meaning? We do not feel so. So that is why we could of course publish it. It's not a difficult job, because forgetting about rural urban division, just multiplying with the weights, anyone can do. No, that they are doing. Perhaps some kind of adjustments they are doing, or No. CPI is being published for rural and urban areas separately. Okay, yeah. That is there. But with regard to NSS, that is our version, that is our opinion. So that is why we do not combine. But of course it can be done. In some of the surveys, I think we are publishing rural-urban combined. But here in household consumption expenditure, we have not done this. No, I am saying
you can do it. There is one reason Shamika is not there, but at the moment, we've not had a census for a while. You can do it whenever you like. The problem is whether the rural-urban weights from the 2011-12 or even from the projected population which is available from the Health Ministry or the World Bank database, are they reliable? And this is an open question. Some people feel it's all right. There is a feeling that we probably are underestimating urban, which is my personal view. The answer will become clear only when the census gets done. So there will be a certain degree of noise, higher noise if I gave you an aggregate estimate. NSS is being careful in not doing it themselves and leaving. After all, it's a very rich community of users. All of you have the statistical capacity to do it. So NSS is taking the line that you do it yourself. But in PLFS, they give you an all India estimate. So it's a game. I mean, you can do it, but this is the problem. And that's something which CSO will have to sort out when they do the CPI calculation, which weights to use. And that, you see, that's the problem. At the moment, what is unstated is everybody's question of, are we capturing urban right? I mean, it's a good research question. There is an estimate available. World Bank has it. It's there in the World Bank database. You can use it. The Health Ministry also has it implicitly. You can calculate it from there. The population projections of the two are more or less similar, so you can use either. But the larger question, which previous censuses have shown, that you misestimate urban because the census estimate is often different from the projected one.
Sir, just to reply her question, that CPI she's talking of, CPI is just percentage variation of that price level. It is not giving any absolute figure. So that variation in urban area and variation in rural area is not widely different. As he told regarding MPC, it is showing the expenditure, the difference is too much, and combining them will be meaningless. So that is basic difference.
And with regard to, we have never said that our data is not robust. Even we have not said that our 20 to 23 data is not robust. That we have never said. Yes. So there is no question of, this robustness of our data. So data is robust. There is no question on that. And the reasons for doing 2 consecutive surveys has already been explicitly mentioned by our ex-CSI. There is another thing also that I would like to mention here, that, when we are designing the survey questionnaire, from some segment, a suggestion came that why don't you canvass the same set of the old questionnaire in a different segment of household in the same FSU, so as to get a comparable series. So what will happen, see, on one side we are saying that canvassing of the full questionnaire takes more than 2 hours time, non-sampling error is creeping on, respondent fatigue is quite high, and on the other side, for the sake of comparability, we are again suggesting that you do the same thing in a same set of households, using, incurring some cost. What purpose it is going to serve? Because one can vary conversion factor or adjustment factor that I will make use to carry forward my old past series. But we feel that that does not make any kind of sense. And that is why also, these 2 back-to-back surveys also, if you compare these 2 back-to-back survey data, then you will be, getting a fair idea that how robust this methodology is.
Okay. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I congratulate both the teams, one from SDRD and DPD, for making a very insightful and informative presentation. And regarding geographical coverage of the survey HCES, which was, my question is to Amitabh, that it was stated that exclusions are only on these inaccessible areas of Andaman and Nicobar, But while working in field in multiple rounds, we used to see some exclusions from Himachal Pradesh in accessible areas, Nagaland, far-flung villages. So whether any change has undergone for geographical coverage of the surveys?
As of now, for the past few surveys, we are covering the entire country except for these inaccessible villages of Andaman and Nicobar Islands.
But that means those things are being covered, or we are means.
It is there in the sampling frame. It's being covered.
Sampling frame it is there.
Is it okay? Now, Ms. Nidhi Satija, Director from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, please ask.
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, I just want to know about the data monitoring and supervision protocol adopted in the MOSPI. Basically, I just want to have an idea that what layers of checking are there, with how many levels, like investigator, then supervisor, then senior officers of ministry, and wherever TAC members are also included in that or not. Also, how much percentage of PSUs are back-checked? Is there any fixed protocol for that, so that this much percentage of PSUs are back-checked? So this is the question. Thank you.
As far as the layers of checking is concerned, there are already a set procedure exists. As I was mentioning that all the FSUs that are surveyed, these are necessarily inspected. That necessarily all the schedules of the households are scrutinized in the FOD itself first. Then when the data goes to processing centers, again, they look into the data to find out the inconsistencies or entries which cannot be explained from the remarks or comments of the enumerator. This is two levels in, you can think of at the FOD as well as in DPD. But then when the bulk download is done, then also we generate the indicators to find out if there is any outlier from the estimates itself. These are the things. Besides, the senior officers, they also undertake visits and inspection to the FSUs. There is a provision for surprise inspection apart from the concurrent inspection as well as back checks. But quantification, I think, may not be readily available, that how many first stage units are in necessarily back checked or surprise inspections were done. But the system exists, and I was in field actually. I also used to undertake all these type of surprise and concurrent inspection, because it is seen that surprise and back checks are very, very essential for ensuring that it is going on. It is going on. Maybe readily information is not available, but system exists.
For this particular survey, considering the change in methodology and all, so more efforts were taken for doing this back checks and all, especially in the initial months. So more number of back checks and concurrent inspections and surprise checks and all were all carried out. And subsequently in the initial months, it was almost 100% like Dr. Salim mentioned. Then in the subsequent months, it was slightly brought down after adequate experience was gathered by the new enumerators in the field and all. Thank you.
Just a minute. Shri Deepu Rai from India Today. Please provide the mic, please.
Thank you. My question is related with the methodology section. Latest incoming estimates about the poverty is showing that the extreme poverty have almost eradicated. So methodology is different, for more robust. You can say that 2022 and 23. So is it genuine or is comparable, this kind of conclusion? How means, because the methodology is more different. You use more frequent visit to household, and you get more data, more robust data, more robust designs of your survey. So how is genuine to compare last result of poverty? Thank you.
See, MOSPI is not the appropriate agency to make any comments on poverty because we do not compile poverty. Earlier, it used to be done by the expert committees, appointed by the Planning Commission. They used to do all these things. Now, perhaps Niti Aayog will do. So we are not in a position to make any comments on poverty. But one thing I can say that perhaps there is a need now to change the methodology or the poverty basket because many changes has taken place in between. Because you will see that national, these Ayushman Bharat was not there earlier. So these have got, several, these have brought several changes in the consumption pattern and expenditure pattern of the households over the years. So whatever action, because since we are not doing in the estimation, neither estimation of poverty nor computation of poverty, so we won't be able to make any comment on this.
Okay. Ms. Suvidya Patel.
Hello, I am Savidya from FAO. So in past survey, NSSC used to have calorie count conversion table for all the food items. And this time it has not been available yet. So will it be available anytime soon? And in addition to this question, I would also like to know, understand how NSSO decide on calorie conversion of food item like a cooked meals.
No, calorie we have not calculated this time. So there is no plan to do that. So if you want to do that, there is this National Institute of Nutrition is there. So they bring out a detailed, item-wise calorie content. So we'll be releasing, in fact, in our detailed tables, per capita calorie consumption of, per capita quantity consumption of the items are there. So using that conversion factor, one can use it. One can derive those things.
Let me plead guilty on one thing, which is something which I had pushed. Earlier, NSS used to bring out a large number of reports and with very detailed tabulation of a lot of things. These report preparations took an enormous amount of time because every report tabulation has to be independently prepared, then validated, scrutinized, checked. All of that used to take time. As a consequence, unit level data of NSS was not released until all the reports were done and released, which is why till about 2000, I think 9, 10 or thereabouts, unit level data came out almost 4 or 5 years after the survey was complete. I had aggressively pushed NSS that they should seek to release unit level data early. And the timeline we set was 1 year after the completion of survey, both the report and the unit level data could go. Now the earlier procedure of having large number of reports, many tables, and early release of unit level data are both not possible together. What has happened in the last 15, 20 years is there's an enormous capacity of analytics across the universities. Capability of analyzing unit level data is very marked, very widespread. NSS itself has done lots of training programs. NSO has done training programs. There are, the YouTube website has detailed guides on how to use unit level data. So aim is to empower the user. And this was my push. And I'm very glad NSS is following it. Some tables in the process will get left out. It is not possible for them to continue maintaining continuity with all of them. But the thing which I would like to emphasize is all of you have the capacity, and Salil made a very nice presentation on how to use the unit level data. There are YouTube presentations which are available. MOSPI has also put out YouTube on how to do the unit level data calculations using the thing. They do spell out how you can do this. So there is a mea culpa on some of it.
Yeah, the other thing that we have done in MOSPI is that the detailed data is available free of cost to the research community. So it actually encourages the number of users to be able to use the data without going to the hassles of applying and getting it. But there is, as Sir was mentioning regarding this entire community of researchers who have been exploiting NSS data in the past, there's again a new community that has come up that wants to, popularize their tools. So the sandboxes that we were talking of when the current secretary was mentioning in the inaugural address, that needs to be encouraged along with the innovation hubs. And I'm still dreaming of the day that the computer center is able to develop a platform that a researcher can just put down check boxes or drop down menus and the proportions get generated on their own. Put in the population figure as per your need, and then the results are out. But that's something that you need to really work on. And if you can do that, the computer center really will do a lot of help for the research community, especially those who are not the pundits who can understand the intricacies of multipliers and how to use them. So this is one thing that NSS and MOSPI can consider. But sharing of information, sharing of algorithms across the research community, MOSPI can encourage that to come on the same platform so that people can take advantage of research done elsewhere.
Okay, whatever I'm going to say is strictly my personal view. I think we need to put a human face to this whole data collection process. I was part of the working group. The first thing that we realized that we were told a long questionnaire doesn't work. So it was, and when you read the literature, it's very, very inconclusive in terms of what ought to be done. So when I'm talking about putting a human face to it, first question was, if I go to a household 3 times, is that household going to be there all 3 times? It was a valid, genuine concern. I mean, it was a bit like an exit poll thing or whatever you want to call it. At the end of 6 months, when the working group was told, you know what, the attrition rate is not something that you need to worry about. I think eventually the attrition rate was around less than 2%. So in a sense, were we very sure as to what we were going to get? We had our apprehensions. Second point, when it was a one-shot visit, I went to her household, and maybe she was the person who was appropriate to answer the questions, and I was done. I go to her house 3 times. What if the second time she is not there? Who is going to respond? This was a valid question. Now, if you actually go ahead and look at the data, it's not that it was the same respondent all 3 rounds. It was not the same respondent all 3 rounds. So there was actually variation there. Was that the right thing to do, or was that the wrong thing to do? If you go and read the literature and sampling, etc., what's been attempted, does it vary by respondent, you know? There's really no guiding principle there to say, okay, this is the way you go ahead and do it. Third thing, this thing that you heard, there were 3 questionnaires, right? Food, FDQ, DGQ, and CSQ. Did it matter in terms of what sequence it was actually asked? So at the end of at least like halfway through the round, the statistical system did get back to the working group test saying that, look, if the respondent changes, you have a household where it was the same respondent for all 3. You have a household where there were 2 different respondents. Did they actually look different? Another valid question, does it matter whether the woman is answering the question or does the man is answering the question? So in that sense, what I'm trying to say is like, it was a bit of informed guess. As I said, this is strictly my views. This is not of the views of the working group or of the statistical system. It was a bit of an informed guess and punting that actually happened. Was that the right thing to do or not? I'm not here to answer that. But I think, being an academic, I think, as Professor T.C. Anand said, do things vary by sub-round? Okay? How did the responses actually change depending on whether it was 1 person responding or 2 people responding? Third, the issue was what happened to the item non-response rate. That's a tricky question because the number of items actually also increased. Okay? So in that sense, it's kind of like it was informed guessing that basically went into it. Simple stuff is like the question that was asked about the 4-wheeler thing. There was a perception that NSS was not picking up affluent households. If you read the urban frame survey, there's affluent blocks and non-affluent blocks. So a decision was made. There were people from the private sector who were also part of the working group. And there was an active discussion on this in terms of should you actually be using a 4-wheeler as a criteria. But then again, there was no yardstick to actually say, yes, don't go for four-wheeler or go for something else. And for rural, it was a little bit much more easier to actually go by the land size criteria. So my point is, NSS should also acknowledge that this is not a perfect science. This is far from a perfect science to say that we got everything right. I just want to give you one more example. You know, in the presentation that Mr. Saha actually made, he said he had to worry about the imputation for the free goods. An interesting number, I think we did impute for mobile phones, right? Yeah. Some states, they give a free mobile phone. What is the value I impute for the free mobile phone? If you go and look at the data for Tamil Nadu, you will find a mode at 1,000 rupees or 1,200 rupees and another at significantly high, 18,000 or something, I forget the number. What number should I actually take? So imputation by itself was not a very, very straightforward thing to actually look at it. There was actually demand saying that we really need to collect data on online purchases. Now the thing is, we couldn't really ask for each item how much was bought online and how much was bought offline. This was considered not feasible. So there were lots of stuff that actually went into this survey, a little bit of guessing and punting, and I think maybe we have done it right as a statistical system, and the 23-24 survey would basically say that, okay, maybe this methodology, it actually worked out. And to expect that the statistical system thought that they would get everything right and the working group would get everything right is not a normal. We were as apprehensive of everybody else in terms of when we went into this whole exercise. Thank you.
Okay. Next, Dr. A. Ganesh Kumar, NSC member. Sir,
Just
please.
one more question on this whole poverty line. There was a 1993 expert group on poverty which said that the poverty line changes over time. There is one full section devoted to limitations of poverty line. They say what is considered a luxury today becomes a necessity tomorrow. Best example, mobile phone, which didn't exist in 1993. So I think we need to completely rethink how we are going to think about a poverty line basket and how we draw the poverty line.
Good afternoon for a wonderful presentation. I enjoyed it all. I have two questions actually. One is, you know, you have done stratification, you have a certain sampling frame in the background and a certain amount, I mean there is a certain randomization you have done which takes you what is the, so you can actually have a ex ante multiplier, okay? And then after the survey, counting out all the non-responses and all that, you have an ex post multiplier, which is what you actually report. How much of a difference is there between the ex ante and the ex post? Okay, that's one question. Because when you have changed the sampling approach in several aspects, I think this is a question also that one needs to look at, I mean, at some stage, maybe in preparation for the next round. A second question is, in your stratification of the rural, you now have two strata. One is villages which is less than 5 kilometers to an urban center or a district headquarters. And then the rest of the rural area is there. To me, this is actually a very useful thing to start thinking of not just urban-rural classification that we traditionally do, but we should possibly start thinking of an urban, peri-urban and a rural. And whether the sampling would enable us to estimate and see whether there are actually differences between your stratum 1 of rural, which is less than 5 kilometers, and the rest of the urban. Whether there are significant differences which would lay the foundation for thinking of a three types of classification: urban, peri-urban and rural. I think structurally we have to think of it because there are a lot of urban areas which are urban areas and urban problems which are relevant to the peri-urban areas, which is not so much relevant to the rural areas. So I think we should start thinking along those lines also. Yeah. Thank you.
You know, Professor Ganesh Kumar has made suggestions which I don't know whether they'll be able to answer completely or not, but they should reflect on. There is something here for a policy which NSC may want to consider. We've discussed this many times. The question which he raised about ex-ante and ex-post multiplier relates to the release of listing schedule data. At the moment, NSS does not release listing schedule data. It only gives some summary aggregates from the listing schedule, which are captured in that block 0 layout part where the details are given, but the full listing schedule is not actually reported. I think NSC should discuss this as to what extent listing schedule can be disclosed or shared, and maybe a greater disclosure of listing schedule things. There was an earlier discussion, some of the village parameters of the listing schedule, an earlier NSC, Professor Tendulkar's time, had taken a call that some of those should be released, but the full listing schedule was not being released. Releasing listing schedule, or at least a greater part of the listing schedule than is currently being done, will enable a much richer understanding of response error and what is the sort of things which are happening between the ex-ante and ex-post multiplier, and may be useful to do. So I don't know whether anybody can answer this question, but since you are a member of the NSC and chairman is also here, I'm going to use my privilege as a member of this audience to suggest that this is something which should be taken up for discussion. More than welcome.
Okay. Now, Shri Abhiroop Mukhopadhyay from ISI Delhi. Please provide the mic to sir. Moderators, please.
Thank you. It was a very, very interesting, I learned a lot actually from discussion. Actually, this question is to follow up on the listing schedule and block 0.0. I've been chasing it for many years now, so it's a good time to talk about this, especially on your education and health expenditures. With one always worries whether zeros are actual non-going, someone is not going, or just that the expenditure is zero because it's free, right, which you cannot, you have not imputed. So I'm wondering at least some parameters on availability of amenities or even schools, sub-centers, primary health centers, would aid in understanding what these zeros actually mean, whether they are, people not getting the service or whether they are getting free service. And I think it's very important to understand that. So is there a possibility that at least limited parameters can be used for us to understand what the zeros mean? Thank you.
Earlier in NSS service, actually, we used to collect some of this information, but this time in the listing schedule, no such information was collected. But the questionnaire itself contains some of the questions, which are not actually collected for the purpose that you are saying, but anyway, for the purpose of validation of the data, we collected some information that of course can be used for doing this kind of analysis. Because we have collected information on whether any of the child of the family is going to government school or private school. That kind of information we have collected in the questionnaire CSQ. And also whether the family, any member of the family has been benefited from Ayushman Bharat or not, that also we have collected. But these cannot be exactly correlated because that was not the purpose. So maybe some kind of idea you will get if you analyze the data by following these things. But that may lead to some kind of spurious conclusions also. So you need to be a little bit careful actually, because had it been the sole purpose or had it been preconceived at the time of designing the survey questionnaire, we could have thought in that way.
Next, Mr. Shiva Rajora from Business Standard.
Sir, my
regarding the decline in Gini coefficient for the consumption expenditure that is being shown. So is it due to a underreporting by the affluent households in urban areas? And does this decline in consumption inequality also mean that income inequality has also fallen in the last decade? Thank you, sir.
Okay, let me write one. Underreporting by affluent households, my guess is this time it's probably less, because the efforts to reach affluent households in the substratification and also in the manner in which the schedules have been designed have probably led to slightly better capture of affluent households. So that probably is not the reason. The decline in Gini coefficient has, I think, a natural element to it. You see, consumption expenditure tends to, if you look at how Engel curves behave, the Engel curves flatten out at the top, and therefore as income rises, the consumption expenditure doesn't rise as much. So over time what's going to happen is consumption expenditure is going to get flatter and flatter. So consumption inequality will fall over time, income inequality may not fall, may in fact go up. So the relationship between consumption and income inequality is in effect described by the Engel curve to some extent, and we should not read too much, is my advice, into the decline in consumption inequality, but that is not necessarily a position which MOSPI or NSS will like to take. I'm now speaking purely as an economist, and some other people can come in here.
Okay. So, Mr. Abhishek Wagmare from Data for India.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. There are a couple of questions, more than a couple that I have. The fact that we don't have census data for more than 12, 13 years, did that affect the selection of FSUs and selection of the sampling procedure in general? If you look at the results, the imputation, the data with imputation and the data without imputation, the difference is not that much. Yeah, even if, like, if we apply a quick test of the amount of food grain that a household receives, that is like around 20 or more than 20 kgs per household per month, the amount of that also is much more than the difference between the imputation and the non-imputation estimate. So a very low difference between the two, how do you explain that? Then there's the question on using the having a car or owning a car as a factor. Are we going to, like, is NSS going closer or thinking on the lines of the National Family Health Survey, which uses assets and amenities to create a wealth index, and it considers that as a much better way to like order or organize households than or compared to the household consumption expenditure? And finally, is there a thinking going on in terms of using the household size or using a correct equivalence method to account for the household size and not just the number of households in calculating or in creating fractals? Thank you.
Fine. Regarding the difference in the estimates with imputation and without imputation, we must remember that the denominator is the same for both the cases. So if you just calculate imputation from the reporting households, the estimates may behave differently. But when you talk of MPC, it is because per capita, so not for a particular specific groups reporting that. So that could be one of the reasons for getting not much difference in the imputed and non-imputed values. Okay, and the very purpose of creating the second stage stratification in any survey, especially conducted by NSSO, is to make more homogeneous groups among total households listed in that particular village or urban frame survey blocks. So this gives the leverage to select households and canvass in that particular group. So all groups are represented. And here, in fact, a further nicety has been included by making a proportional allocation or selection among the households, number of households listed in these three groups. So more, suppose in a particular first stage unit, and more households listed in the affluent, so-called affluent, by whatever criteria you calculate. Nothing is absolute as such. But as our previous CSI Professor Anand mentioned, that it is an observable characteristics. So it is a better classificatory variable for the FSU to classify in some homogeneous groups. So it's not for the purpose of creation of an index as such, but it is to further facilitate in the estimation procedure, basically.
Okay, sir, we are already running out of time as per our program schedule. So I have the list of 3 persons, so only these questions will be entertained. Sorry for the inconvenience, because due to the paucity of time, we will not be entertained more than that questions. So last one is Ms. Shreya Dutt from World Bank. Please.
Thank you. So firstly, I wanted to congratulate MOSPI for, of course, completing the survey and releasing the data, and secondly, for holding this user conference, and thirdly, for actually using CAPI system for collecting this data. So my question was on the CAPI system in particular, and it's a follow-up question to what ma'am asked. So one of the main advantages of using CAPI is, of course, reducing the timelines for data release, but also for improving data quality, because you can use paradata for monitoring the kind of data quality that is coming through the survey program. So I wanted to ask if paradata was used and how it was used during data collection for quality checks. Thank you so much.
In fact, the greatest leverage that CAPI provided in the whole system of improving data is the inbuilt validation. This is one of the greatest, in fact, leverage for us, especially those who are processing the data after receiving from the field. So we can instantly, in fact, almost with the least amount of time, we can find out which particular enumerator is having a problem in proper understanding the things by identifying and the number of, say, apparent inconsistencies that I notice. So this is done for all the regional offices, for each sub-regional offices, for each investigator, and timely intervention by the field operations divisions who are basically managing the inter-survey operation in the field. They instantly intervene and they provide necessary skilling aspects, with training and making them understand how the things are to be done. So this is one of the greatest advantage of using CAPI in ensuring the data quality.
Just to supplement what Salil just mentioned, the other thing that NSS observed during the CAPI, I'll call it a reformation process, was that it led to concurrent monitoring of data collection. And as a result of which, I would like to compliment the working committees that have gone into the data analysis and things and gone back to the field to get it corrected, was that what used to take months, the full field work survey data is technically available within 1 month of completion of the field work. And that is a collective exercise, coordination between the different divisions of NSS, and really have to compliment them in terms of the speed and the timeline that they have adhered to. It's really wonderful work, the way they could process the data, release the results very quickly, and now the moment it stabilizes, I think it will be a regular phenomenon.
Okay. Now Ms. Rachna Sharma from NIPFP. Mic, please.
Earlier in the session, it was said that the 2 rounds are happening, 22, 23, and 23, 24, just to validate the methodology, the new methodology that has been implemented by MOSPI this time. are we ensuring that we are going back to the same villages or towns in the next round because the sampling methodology will be the same? So we are going to be going to the new villages, and how are we going to do that since the methodology is the same? We go back.
No. See, the survey instruments being the same, but sample selection is done afresh from the similar frame. That means that the frame that was used earlier, the same frame has been used now, and the same set of survey instruments are being used.
So the questionnaire is same, but what about
Methodology
the
is same. We are not going back to the same set of households.
And the second question is, there's a category called beverages and processed foods. This time it includes food ordered online. So food ordered online is not necessarily processed food. So
No, if you see the itemized breakups, so I don't have that questionnaire as of now with me. So there are several items which falls into that category. And as you have told that food purchased from outside,
yeah.
those are cooked food basically. Those are not processed, but those are cooked
Yeah, but
food.
that is clubbed into this category of beverages and processed food.
But
which
there is
the
separate
largest
item. There
contributor
is
to
separate.
MPC.
There is separate item in the questionnaire for gathering this information.
It's two categories, that is served processed food and packed processed food.
Yeah.
So served processed food include cooked meals and cooked snacks, and purchased processed food, which is ready to eat meals, breakfast cereals, that is. So there are two categories of processed food, and in report we have given the combined figure of that. So we have named it as processed food, but it is of two categories, served and processed food.
Whatever
so that
we
was
have,
my question, because these two are different types of, your ordering online is not necessarily a processed food. Processed food is different. We are combining and making this category the largest contributor to the MPCE, both in rural and urban.
that's a kind of classification that we have used, but in the detailed report, you will get item level information that is there. So you can make your own category. So you have
And
the
then
freedom to
cooked
do
meals
that.
also is a processed food only.
Because if we want to show here all 407 odd items, then that itself will take 30 to 40 slides. The detailed report, it is there. You will get it.
Okay, and then Mr. Bala Krishna from BITS Planning. Please ask the question very precisely.
I have already asked one. There is one small question that I like to ask. Okay. Actually, there is a lot of debate going on estimating our total in net income GDP, the estimation used by C from NAS and the estimations of C measured from the consumption survey. So it is showing that over the point of time, the difference of estimation of consumption is diverging over the point of time. So with this new methodology, do you think that this is going to narrow down the divergence?
Okay, since you said you're from BITS Pilani, I'm going to give you a very academic answer. There's a paper that just came out on Review of Income and Wealth, which basically collates data from multiple countries. And let's be clear, this divergence between National Account Estimate of Consumption Expenditure and the NSS estimate is there in every single country to the order of 30 to 40%. I don't think this reconciliation is actually going to happen. Over time, once our data systems become very good, even then I would probably see that you will see some divergence. So India, please don't criticize the statistical system for this divergence between National Accounts Estimate of Consumption Expenditure and the NSS. It's there in all countries. I'm not here to defend the statistical system. I'm just telling you what's the evidence from other countries.
Thank you so much, all the participants, for their patience and cooperation. Now I would like to invite Ms. Supriya Saxena to go further for this conference. Thank you.
It has really been an informative and enlightening discussion for all of us. Thank you all the speakers, dignitaries, for an interactive and impactful discussion. Due to some exigency, TCA Anand sir has to leave, so I thank you him also. And it has really been a worthwhile, vibrant discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of this event today. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the speakers and the participants of this event. The wealth of knowledge shared and innovative ideas exchange has been truly inspiring. Your engagement and insights have made a forum a significant learning experience for everyone present here. I would like to request now Kishore Kumar sir, ADG, Additional Director General, Survey Coordination Division, MOSPI, to please deliver the concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's time for expressing our gratitudes to the visiting dignitaries, distinguished guests, and our esteemed participants. As we come to the close of this enriching and insightful data user conference on the Household Consumer Expenditure Survey, it is my honor and privileges to deliver the closing remarks on successful completion of this conference. First, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitudes to all the distinguished guests, speakers, and participants for active engagements and invaluable contributions throughout this conference. Your presence and participations have truly made this event a great success. A special thanks to our chief guests, Dr. Vivek Devray, Chairman of the Economic Advisor Council to the Prime Ministers, graced the occasion in our morning sessions, adding prestigious and significance to our gatherings. We are deeply honored by your insightful advice and the wisdom you shared with us today, sir. I would also like to express my deep appreciations to Dr. Rajiv Lakshman Krantikar, Chairman of the National Statistical Commissions, for your participation and insightful contributions to this data user conference. Your expertise and perspectives have significantly enriched our discussions and provided us with valuable guidance. I would also like to express my gratitudes to our Secretary, MOSPI, Dr. Saurabh Garg, for the continuous supports and engagements, and under his leaderships, and is pivotal in the success of this conference. I also express my gratitudes to our former CSI and Secretary MOSPI, Dr. TCA Anand, Sir Praveen Srivastava, sir. Thank you, sir, for your sparing the time and also sharing your valuable experience during this question answer session, sir. I would also like to thank Professor Sonal Desai, Dr. Vishwanath Golkar, Professor Chandrasekhar, Professor A. Ganesh Kumar, Dr. Atish Kumar, sir, for sparing your valuable times for this data user conference. I would also like to thank our Director General, Director General Statistics, Director General C&A, and Director General NSSO, under whose guidance and overall supervisions this data user conference has been planned. I also express my sincere gratitude to all the participants and officers from the MOSPI, various aligned ministries, universities, research institutes, international organizations, and media. Your diverse perspectives, and active engagement have made this instrumental in fostering meaningful discussions and knowledge sharing. A special thanks goes to our online audience joining us via YouTube. Your virtual presence has expanded the reach of this conference and added to the richness of our discussions. At these junctures, I would also like to recognize and commend the tireless efforts of the officer of the Survey Coordination Division and also from the FOD for organizing this conference. Your acknowledgement, your dedication and work have been the cornerstones of this successful event. I especially thanks to Mr. Rao, our DDG, Dr. Ashish Saxena, Nikhil Kumar, our Deputy Director, and other participants who have contributed in this organizing this conference. As we conclude, let us carry forward the spirit of collaborations and knowledge sharing that have been the hallmark of this conference. The insights gained and the connections forged here will undoubtedly inspire us as we work toward a more equitable and prosperous futures, leveraging the power of data to drive evidence-based policy and sustainable development. Thank you once again for your participation and contribution. I look forward to continued collaborations and positive impact, and we will collectively achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your words of appreciation and gratitude are sure to resonate with all of us. I once again extend my heartfelt thanks to all the esteemed participants and dignitaries for their participation and contribution. Together, we can leverage the insights from the Household Consumption Expenditure Survey to drive impactful policies and initiatives. With these words, we are now concluding the event and looking to see you at such enlightening events in future. Thank you all. Now I request all the dignitaries and the participants to please join us for a sumptuous lunch and take the opportunity to network and discuss the valuable insights that we have gained today. Thank you and have a great day.